Go ahead and get comfortable. Adjust your pillow, pull the blanket up a little, and let your shoulders drop. You don't have to do anything right now. You don't have to go anywhere or remember anything or solve any problems tonight. All you have to do is listen. And tonight we're going somewhere that's been on television since before many of you were born. A small American town with a nuclear power plant on the hill, a river running through it, and a family at its center who never, ever seemed to change. You know the house. Yellow walls, blue roof, 2 cars in the driveway, a dog named Santa's Little Helper curled up somewhere near the back door. We're going to Springfield. And we're going to stay there for a while. Now, the first thing you should understand about Springfield is that it's a place that's been holding its breath since 1989. The show that takes place there, the one you grew up watching, the one your parents had on in the background, the one that somehow still airs new episodes today, has been telling stories about the same family in the same house on the same street for 36 years. And in all that time, nothing has changed. Nothing has aged. Nothing has moved on. Bart Simpson is still 10 years old. He was 10 when the show began, and he is 10 right now. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still the same small, round-headed baby with the same pink onesie and the same red bow, sucking on that pacifier with the same wide, observant eyes. Homer still shuffles through the front door every evening after work, still settles into the couch, still reaches for his beer with the same expression of a man who has found the one thing in his day that makes sense. 36 years, 788 episodes, and not a single birthday has been celebrated. Not one candle blown out that actually moved the calendar forward. The town exists in a kind of permanent, beautiful suspension, a place where autumn evenings always smell like someone's burning leaves 2 streets over, where the school bus still picks up the same kids at the same corner, where the orange glow of the power plant on the horizon is as familiar and unremarkable as a sunset. Tonight, we're going to wander through Springfield together. We're going to visit its quieter corners, its stranger mysteries, its buried stories. And we're going to do it slowly, the way you explore a town you're not in any hurry to leave. So settle in, close your eyes if you'd like, let your breathing slow down. And let's start with the strangest thing about Springfield, the fact that time doesn't pass there. Because once you really sit with that idea, once you let it settle into you the way a mystery should settle, you start to realize that the frozen timeline isn't just a quirk of animated television. It's a puzzle, and depending on how you look at it, it might be the most important thing about the show. Here's what we know. The Simpsons premiered on the 17th of December, 1989. That first episode was a Christmas special, a scraggly little story about Homer trying to find money for presents by becoming a department store Santa. The family was rougher around the edges back then. The animation wobbled. The characters hadn't fully settled into themselves yet. But the bones were there, the father who tried too hard and failed too often, the mother who held everything together with patience that bordered on the supernatural, the son who pushed every limit he could find, the daughter who saw more than anyone gave her credit for. The show caught on. Then it exploded. By the early 1990s, it was the most watched show on American television, a cultural phenomenon in a way that's hard to explain to anyone who didn't live through it. Bart Simpson's face was on t-shirts, skateboard decks, lunchboxes, and alarm clocks. His catchphrases were on bumper stickers. He appeared on the cover of Time magazine. The Simpsons wasn't just a television program, it was the thing everyone was talking about, quoting, analyzing, debating. It was the show that told you something true about American life, in a way that nothing had quite managed before. And then it kept going, season after season, decade after decade. It outlasted its competitors, its imitators, its critics. It outlasted the cultural moments it satirized. It outlasted the very era that gave birth to it. The early 1990s are history now. The animators have changed, the voice actors have aged, some of them have died. The network has changed. The world has changed in ways that would have been unimaginable to the writers in that first writer's room. And still the show continues. Still the couch gag plays. Still, the family runs in from their separate directions and piles onto the sofa, and Bart is still 10. This is the floating timeline. It's the industry term for what The Simpsons does the way the show's present always matches the viewer's present, the way the cultural references update with each new season while the characters stay exactly where they were. In 1995, Homer was a man in his mid-30s. In 2025, Homer is still a man in his mid-30s. The year written into the show changes. The technology the characters use changes. The topics the show satirizes change. But the ages don't. Most animated shows use some version of this. The Flintstones never aged. Scooby-Doo never graduated high school. Bugs Bunny never had a birthday. It's a standard feature of long-running animation, a pragmatic decision made by storytellers who need their characters to remain in the same situations season after season. But The Simpsons has been doing this for so long that the floating timeline has started to create cracks. Strange, fascinating cracks that let light in from very unusual angles. Think about this carefully. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s today, then they didn't meet in high school in 1980. They met in high school sometime around 2005 or 2006. Their teenage years weren't defined by Watergate and disco music and the tail end of the Vietnam War. They were defined by MySpace and early YouTube and the first iPhone. The cultural touchstones of their youth, the music they listened to at prom, the movies they saw on their first date, the news events that shaped them as young people. All of those things have to shift forward in time to stay consistent with where the floating timeline has dragged the present. The show has handled this in the only way it can by rewriting the backstory. Homer and Marge's origin story has been told multiple times across the show's run, and each version places their formative years in a different decade. In one version, they're teenagers in the 1970s with bell-bottoms and a wood-paneled station wagon in the background. In a later version, they're teenagers in the 1990s, listening to grunge music and navigating the specific social anxieties of that particular American moment. The love story is always the same. The characters are always the same. But the wallpaper behind them keeps changing, keeps updating, keeps sliding forward to stay in sync with a timeline that will never let itself land. What this means, when you really sit with it, is that Homer and Marge don't have fixed memories. Their past reshapes itself around them without their knowledge or consent. Whatever they remember from their childhood, from their teenage years, from the early days of their marriage, those memories are unstable, provisional, subject to revision. That's a quiet, strange thing to notice about people you've been watching for most of your life. There have been moments in the show where the writers allowed themselves to imagine what the future might look like, what The Simpsons would become if time were allowed to move. These glimpses are rare and brief, but they're worth lingering over, because they reveal something beautiful and melancholy about what the frozen timeline is protecting. In the 6th season, there's an episode called Lisa's Wedding. In it, Lisa is shown as a 23-year-old woman, living in England, engaged to be married to a thoughtful young man named Hugh. The future Springfield they inhabit is detailed and specific, full of flying cars and updated architecture and small visual jokes about where the world ended up. But what makes the episode work, what gives it genuine emotional weight, is watching an adult Lisa navigate the push and pull of where she came from. She loves her family. She also can't quite fit back into the space they need her to occupy. She has grown into herself in ways that make the house on Evergreen Terrace feel smaller. The episode treats this with enormous tenderness. It doesn't ask you to feel sad about it exactly, it just asks you to feel it. The specific ache of moving forward and loving what you're leaving behind. At the end of the episode, Lisa returns to being 8 years old. The flash forward closes. The door shuts. And the show goes back to the permanent present. The writers have proven, in that episode and in others like it, that they can imagine The Simpsons growing up. The capacity is there. The storytelling ability is there. They've drawn adult Bart and adult Lisa and shown you who those people might become, and they've done it with a gentleness and intelligence that is hard to find anywhere else on television. But they've always stepped back from it, always returned the children to childhood. And there's a version of you, right now, getting comfortable in bed, that understands exactly why. Because letting The Simpsons age means letting them go. It means admitting that the show ends. It means accepting that the couch they've been sitting on for 36 years will one day be empty. And there's something in the way Americans relate to this family, something deep and protective, and a little bit desperate that resists that ending. We pressed pause in 1989. We've been holding the button down ever since. Every theory about The Simpsons eventually circles back to the frozen timeline. The mystery of why nobody ages is the thread that runs underneath everything else, the question that all the other questions are really versions of. The radiation theory, which we'll explore in depth in the next section, says that the contamination from the nuclear power plant has altered the residents of Springfield at the cellular level. That the mutation which turned fish three-eyed and people yellow and dogs oddly shaped has also, somewhere deep in the biology of everyone who drinks Springfield's water, disrupted the normal aging process. That these aren't people who've been preserved by cartoon logic. They're people whose biological clocks have been damaged by radiation they've been absorbing since birth. The coma theory Homer hasn't aged because Homer is unconscious, and the dream he's been having since 1993 can only draw on the version of his family that existed on the day he went under. The children aren't frozen, they're remembered. The world isn't preserved. It's reconstructed, imperfectly, from a sleeping man's last clear memory of the people he loves. The collective denial theory the town votes to stay the same the way it votes to maintain every other comfortable fiction. Aging is a truth Springfield has collectively agreed not to acknowledge. Like the identity of the principal, like the contamination of the water supply, like the fact that one of their neighbors glows faintly in the dark after his weekly medical treatments. Each theory offers a different answer, but they all arrive at the same uncomfortable place. The frozen timeline isn't an accident, it's a symptom. Something is holding Springfield still. Something is keeping these people exactly where they are, preventing them from changing, preventing them from growing older, preventing them from ever reaching the conclusion that time should eventually deliver to every living thing. What that something is, that's what we're here to explore tonight. Let your body sink a little heavier into the mattress. Let your thoughts move slowly, the way they do when you're reading a long, comfortable book. There's no rush here. We'll get to each thing in its own time. Springfield is waiting for us. It's always waiting. The porch light is on at the Simpson house. The power plant hums softly on the hill. Somewhere in the darkness, a small figure in a blue dress is standing at her bedroom window, looking out at the street with the expression of someone who already knows more than she's supposed to. We'll come back to her. For now, let's start at the beginning of the longest mystery. Let's follow the river downstream from the nuclear plant, through the backyards and the playgrounds and the schoolyards, and ask the question that nobody in Springfield has ever thought to ask. What is the plant doing to this town? End of section 1. Drop a comment letting us know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is, and if you want more of these, subscribe. It helps more than you know. And there's a lot more Springfield left to explore. Section 2. The Nuclear Shadow Springfield's Contamination Theory. The Springfield nuclear power plant sits on a hill above the town like something from a painting of industrial America. Two enormous cooling towers against a gray sky, steam curling upward in slow spirals. The distant throb of machinery felt more than heard on quiet evenings. It has been there for decades. Everyone in Springfield was born under its shadow. Everyone breathes the air that drifts downwind from it. Everyone drinks the water that flows downstream from its waste management systems. Or what passes for waste management systems? It's part of the landscape. It's part of the town's identity. It employs somewhere between a few dozen and several hundred people depending on the episode, and it provides electrical power to every home, every school, every business in Springfield. Without it, the town goes dark. Without it, the economy collapses. Without it, the singular man at the top of its organizational chart loses the instrument of his stranglehold on the community. It's woven into the fabric of Springfield so completely that nobody looks at it anymore. The way people who live near mountains stop seeing the mountains. The way you stop hearing the highway after the first few nights in a new house near one. But if you really look at it, with the patient, unhurried attention that long evenings are made for the nuclear plant, is the beginning of every mystery Springfield has ever had. Let's start with what the show tells us directly about the facility, because the list is extraordinary when you gather it all in one place. During a surprise safety inspection, inspectors found 342 separate violations at the Springfield plant. 342. The estimated cost to bring the facility up to code was $56 million. The man who owns the plant, Charles Montgomery Burns, whose fortune is measured in billions, chose not to spend it. Not because he couldn't afford to, but because spending it would mean acknowledging the violations existed, and acknowledging the violations existed would mean someone might start asking questions about what those violations had already done to the people living nearby. The violations themselves are worth describing slowly because the show presents them with a casual matter-of-factness that's easy to let wash over you. Radioactive waste is being dumped directly into bodies of water, into the river that runs through town, into the water table beneath the playground equipment where Springfield's children climb and slide and run. Plutonium actual weapons-grade fissile material has been used as a paperweight on somebody's desk. The cooling towers have developed cracks that were patched not with concrete or steel or any other industrial repair material, but with chewing gum. A wad of already chewed gum pressed into a crack in the structure meant to contain the heat of nuclear reaction. There are luminous rats living in the lower levels of the facility, glowing in the dark, going about their business, entirely unbothered by their own bioluminescence, as though this is simply what rats do in the natural order of things. And then there are the skeletons. The show drops this one almost in passing: human skeletons found in the basement of an active nuclear power plant. It doesn't explain who they were or how long they've been there. It doesn't follow up on the discovery in any subsequent episode. It simply shows you the bones and moves on, trusting that the implications will settle into you on their own. The man standing between all of this and the residents of Springfield, the man whose job title is safety inspector, the man whose literal professional function is to identify hazards and prevent them from harming people, is Homer Simpson. The show's own creator has stated that Homer has an IQ of 55. There is a crayon lodged in his brain that has been there since childhood, physically occupying space in the tissue responsible for cognition, measurably and permanently reducing his intelligence. Homer sleeps at his workstation. He has caused at least one nuclear incident by dropping a donut into the reactor core to see what would happen. He once caused a full meltdown warning while trying to open a child-proof medicine cap. This is the defense between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. He's been at his post for over 3 decades. Now, let's look at what the contamination theory proposes, because it doesn't require you to believe anything the show doesn't already tell you. It simply asks you to take the evidence seriously, rather than dismissing it as background noise. The contamination theory holds that the nuclear plant has been gradually, persistently, continuously poisoning the population of Springfield since before any of the main characters were old enough to be aware of their environment. That the mutations visible in Springfield's wildlife, most notably in Blinky, the three-eyed fish pulled from the river near the power plant in Season 2, are not isolated anomalies confined to fish and rats and whatever else lives closest to the outflow pipes. That the same processes creating those mutations have been working on the human population of the town for the same duration. Blinky is the key that unlocks this theory. When the three-eyed fish was discovered, it became a national news story within the show. A gubernatorial candidate used Blinky as campaign ammunition, forcing Burns to eat the fish on live television to prove it was harmless. The town watched. The town shrugged. The candidate lost. The story faded. Nobody tested the water. Nobody conducted a follow-up study on the fish population. Nobody asked the obvious, central, unavoidable question: if the fish have 3 eyes, what is the same water doing to the people who drink it? The answer and the contamination theory argues that the show has been giving us this answer for 36 years is visible in every frame. Look at the residents of Springfield. Look at their proportions, their features, their physical characteristics. Homer Simpson's skull is a shape that does not occur in normal human anatomy. His eyes bulge with a pressure that suggests the cranial cavity they're housed in has been altered from its original configuration. He has 4 fingers on each hand, a deviation from typical human biology that affects every single Springfield resident without exception. His IQ, as mentioned, is 55. He has survived being shot, electrocuted, falling off cliffs, being hit by cars, explosions, and sustained physical trauma that would be fatal to any ordinary human being. His healing rate is extraordinary. His pain tolerance is, depending on the episode, essentially infinite. Marge Simpson has the same bulging eyes, the same 4-fingered hands. Her hair, the famous blue tower that rises straight up from her head and maintains its shape across 36 seasons without any apparent product or structural support, defies the laws of physics and gravity with the same serene confidence that the rest of Springfield displays toward physical impossibility. All 3 of the Simpson children were born in Springfield, raised in Springfield, schooled in Springfield, and all of them display the same characteristics: the spiky, self-maintaining hair, the overbites, the yellow skin, the yellow skin. This is the detail that the contamination theory points to most insistently. Every single resident of Springfield has yellow skin. Yellow. Not the warm tan of sun exposure, not the pallor of northern winters, a bright, saturated yellow. Like the pigmentation of the skin has been altered at the melanin level. Every Springfield resident has it. And crucially, almost nobody outside Springfield has it. When celebrities visit the show, when real-world figures appear as guest characters moving through Springfield's streets and businesses, they look different. Not slightly different, not subtly different, fundamentally different. Their proportions are closer to normal human proportions. Their eyes sit in their skulls the way eyes are supposed to sit in skulls. Their features, their skin, their overall design reads as closer to actual human anatomy than anything that walks the streets of Springfield regularly. The official explanation for this difference is art style. The celebrities are drawn more realistically because they're outsiders, guests, reference points for the viewer designed to contrast slightly with the established cartoon world. So the audience can identify them as real people entering the fictional space. But the contamination theory asks, what if that's not a design choice? What if the show is showing you, accurately, the difference between people who live inside a contaminated zone and people who don't? What if every Springfield resident looks the way they do, not because of animation conventions, but because the same environment that gave Blinky a third eye has been working on the humans for decades, manifesting not in additional organs, but in altered pigmentation, changed proportions, modified cranial structures, and cognitive impairment on a scale that the entire population has simply normalized as the baseline of human existence? The outsiders look normal because they are. The Springfield residents look mutated because they are. The plant's owner understands this better than anyone, and the evidence for Burns' awareness is scattered throughout the series in scenes that are individually played as jokes but collectively amount to a portrait of a man managing his own radiation exposure with meticulous, terrified precision. There's an episode, The Springfield Files, from Season 8 where Homer encounters what he believes is an alien in the woods near the power plant. A small, glowing, strangely proportioned figure moving through the dark trees with a stumbling, euphoric gait. The town panics. FBI agents are called in. The mystery builds toward a dramatic reveal that turns out to be stranger than any alien encounter. The figure in the woods isn't an extraterrestrial visitor. It's Mr. Burns returning from his weekly medical treatment. The treatment keeps Burns alive for exactly one more week. Without it, his body begins to fail immediately. The regimen is so intensive, so loaded with chemicals and radiation and experimental interventions, that it causes his entire body to emit a faint, visible glow. He wanders out of the facility after each session in a dazed, post-treatment state, stumbling through the darkness of the surrounding woods, giving off enough light to be visible at a distance. The people of Springfield saw this glowing figure moving through the trees, and their immediate instinct was alien, not radiation, not contamination, not. The man who owns the facility up the hill is so saturated with nuclear material that he produces visible bioluminescence. Their minds jump to outer space before they thought about the structure they can see from their living room windows. That's how complete the normalization has become. Burns is powered by radiation. He is literally kept alive by a controlled form of the same contamination he's been releasing into Springfield's environment for decades. His weekly treatment maintains what the show describes as a perfect biological equilibrium, a state of managed crisis where the radiation is precisely calibrated to do enough work to keep his ancient body functioning without tipping over into the kind of damage it inflicts on everyone else. He knows exactly what radiation does to biological systems. He knows it from the inside. He has spent over a century studying his own body's response to nuclear exposure, tuning the dosage, monitoring the effects. He has private physicians, a personal pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental treatments, and the resources to maintain whatever intervention is required. And he knows what his plant is doing to Springfield. He has always known. When German investors briefly purchased the power plant, the first thing they did upon taking ownership was fire Homer Simpson. The second thing they did was assess the cost of bringing the facility up to safety code, and the estimate nearly bankrupted them. They sold the plant back to Burns almost immediately. Burns rehired Homer the same day he got it back. A competent safety inspector would shut the facility down. He would document the violations, escalate them to federal regulators, trigger an investigation that would force remediation. Burns has known this for decades. Homer's employment isn't negligence. It isn't forgetfulness. It's deliberate. It's a choice Burns makes and renews every time he doesn't fire the man who sleeps through meltdown warnings. The radiation keeps leaking because Homer keeps letting it. Homer keeps letting it because Burns keeps employing him. Burns keeps employing him because the alternative, a competent person in that role, would dismantle the system that sustains Burns's power over Springfield. There's one more piece of the contamination puzzle that deserves a long, quiet look. In the 12th season, it's revealed that Homer once had the crayon removed from his brain. A doctor, performing what should have been an impossible surgery, extracted the foreign object that had been occupying space in Homer's frontal lobe since childhood. And what happened next is one of the most genuinely moving sequences the show ever committed to. Homer's intelligence soared, instantly, dramatically, to a degree that astonished everyone around him. He became articulate, perceptive, and capable of the kind of sustained analytical thought that his impaired brain had never been able to manage. He wrote a report on the safety violations at the nuclear plant that was so rigorous and so well documented that it prompted a federal investigation. He began to see Springfield with clarity, the poverty, the contamination, the institutional corruption, the way the town had been arranged to serve Burns's interests at everyone else's expense. He saw it clearly, and it was unbearable. Not because the truth was shocking at some level, he'd always known the shape of it, but because understanding your situation and being unable to change it is a specific kind of suffering that Homer's impaired brain had been protecting him from. He chose to have the crayon put back. He chose the fog. He chose not to know. Now here's the question the show never asks, and the contamination theory uses as its most pointed argument. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain in the first place without anyone noticing? Homer went through childhood, through adolescence, through years of adult life visiting Springfield doctors, getting checkups from Springfield medical professionals. Not one of them found a foreign object in his skull. Either the medical establishment of Springfield is staggeringly incompetent possible. This is a town with a notably poor track record on professional competence across all fields, or someone knew the crayon was there and chose not to remove it. Chose to let a man move through life with something physically occupying space in the tissue responsible for higher cognition. If Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of a town he essentially owns, if the doctors who serve Springfield are operating under an unspoken arrangement that prioritizes the plant owner's needs over their patients' well-being, then Homer's crayon isn't a childhood accident. It's a management tool, a quiet, deniable mechanism for keeping the safety inspector exactly as cognitively impaired as his employer needs him to be. The contamination theory doesn't offer one answer to one mystery. It offers a unified framework that resolves every visible strangeness in Springfield simultaneously. The characters don't age because something has been altered in the biology of people who've spent their entire lives inside a radiation zone. The town resets after catastrophic events because chronic neurological damage has compromised the population's memory formation at a systemic level. Homer survives fatal injuries because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that have made it nearly indestructible, while devastating the parts of his brain that process complex information. Burns stays alive because he is the only person in Springfield with both the knowledge and the resources to actively manage his own radiation exposure, rather than simply absorbing whatever the plant releases. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this, because the same invisible contamination that altered their bodies has damaged the neurological structures responsible for critical thinking, pattern recognition, and the capacity to ask the most basic human question: why are we all like this? Springfield isn't a quirky, animated town populated by eccentric characters with unusual proportions. Springfield is a contamination zone, and the residents aren't eccentric. They're symptomatic. The nuclear power plant doesn't just dominate the town's skyline, it is the town's story. Every yellow face and four-fingered hand and impossible recovery from catastrophic injury traces back to the same source, the same cracked cooling towers, the same unpatched violations, the same competent billionaire and incompetent inspector managing a slow-motion disaster that the entire population is too cognitively compromised to recognize or resist. Let your breathing slow down a little more. The plant is still humming on the hill outside Springfield, the way it always has been. The contamination, if it exists, if the theory is right, has already done its work. The mutations are already set. The town is already what it's going to be. There's something almost peaceful about that, in the particular way that old, settled tragedies can be peaceful when you're far enough removed from them to see the whole shape of the thing. The crisis isn't happening in real time. It happened long ago. Everything you're watching now is the aftermath, people living their lives inside a consequence they don't have the capacity to understand. The lights are on in every house on Evergreen Terrace. The power comes from the plant. It always will. Let that thought drift away now. The next section takes us somewhere quieter, somewhere inside the mind of one specific man, in a hospital room in Springfield, on an April night in 1993. Let's go there gently. End of Section 2. Section 3. Homer's Coma, the dream that never ended. The 1st of April 1993. Keep that date in mind. It's important. On that date, the 18th episode of The Simpsons' 4th season aired on Fox. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. It was, as the title suggests, primarily a clip show, a frame narrative designed to justify replaying highlights from previous episodes, the kind of low-budget, low-risk television production that networks have used forever as a way to fill a time slot without commissioning entirely new content. The frame narrative went like this. Bart, in the tradition of April Fool's Day, had been playing a series of escalating pranks on Homer. The pranks built in severity until Bart took one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placed it inside an industrial paint shaker. He shook it until the internal pressure was extraordinary, the kind of pressure that beer cans develop right before they become something other than beer cans. Homer opened it. The explosion was violent enough to send Homer to the hospital. Lying in his hospital bed, recovering from a blast that would have killed most people, Homer spotted a vending machine across the room and reached for it to get a candy bar. The machine tipped. It fell on him. Homer flatlined on his hospital bed in Springfield General and entered a clinically unconscious state that lasted 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer waking up. Bart tearfully confesses that the whole thing was his fault. Homer springs awake and immediately begins strangling his son, the way he always does. The family laughs. The studio audience laughs. Everything returns to normal. The episode wraps up with the kind of comfortable resolution that television trained us to expect: crisis acknowledged, crisis resolved, status quo restored. But in the final moments of that episode, almost as an afterthought, almost as a grace note, the show drops into the scene and doesn't develop. Homer is informed by a doctor that the coma has cost him 5% of his brain function. 5% of his cognitive capacity gone, permanently destroyed, never coming back. Homer's response to learning that he is permanently, measurably more brain damaged than he was before the coma is to laugh uncontrollably for several seconds, before noting, with mild surprise, that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody asks any follow-up questions. The episode ends. This is where the theory begins. Not with a dramatic revelation, not with a smoking gun, not with a piece of evidence so overwhelming that it demands immediate acceptance. It begins with a quiet observation about tone. Before that coma episode, before the 1st of April 1993, The Simpsons was a particular kind of show. Grounded is the word people reach for most often when they describe those early seasons. The plots dealt with recognizable human problems, filtered through the particular lens of a working-class American family in a mid-sized American city. Homer struggled with his weight and his relationship with his own father, and the specific quiet indignity of a job he didn't choose and can't leave. Marge navigated the complex social terrain of a woman whose intelligence and sensitivity were consistently undervalued by the world she moved through. Bart struggled with the institutional machinery of school, the grades, the expectations, the punishments, the possibility of being held back, of failing in a way that was public and documented and hard to recover from. These were human stories, grounded ones. Stories rooted in the kind of anxiety that families in Springfield or in any American city resembling Springfield could recognize from their own lives. After the coma, everything changes. Homer goes to space. He meets God, twice. He discovers his mother is a fugitive political radical living underground. He joins a secret society. He becomes the leader of a vigilante group. He holds somewhere between 200 and 400 different jobs across subsequent seasons, depending on how carefully you count. He travels to dozens of countries. He befriends and becomes friends with an extraordinary parade of celebrities. He survives physical trauma that would kill a healthy Marine, repeatedly, without lasting consequence or apparent psychological distress. The tonal shift is seismic. Even casual viewers who can't articulate it precisely can feel it. The show got weirder after a certain point, more fantastical, less rooted in the specificity of the domestic struggles that made those early seasons feel so true. The internet has debated this shift for 20 years. When did The Simpsons lose it? What season did it jump the shark? Where exactly did the show go wrong? The coma theory proposes that these are the wrong questions, asked from the wrong direction. The Simpsons didn't go wrong after season 4. Homer's brain got worse after season 4. The theory was originally developed and popularized by a Reddit user called Hard Topic a Name, an appropriately cryptic handle for someone who launched one of the most engaging interpretive frameworks in the history of fan analysis. The core premise is direct. Homer did not actually wake up from his coma in April 1993. The episode tells you he did. The show continues for 32 more years as though he did. But the coma theory argues that the apparent waking is itself part of the dream, that Homer's brain, in the moment of apparent recovery, generated a dream of waking up. A dream so convincing, so detailed, so richly populated with the people and places he loves, that neither Homer nor the audience has ever been able to tell the difference. Every single episode that aired after that April evening is, under this reading, a story being generated by the dreaming mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function in 5% increments, while somewhere in a waiting room, in a chair by his bedside, in the cafeteria on a break his family waits. The evidence is genuinely worth walking through. The aging problem, which we spent the last section establishing as central to every theory about Springfield, is resolved by the coma theory, with a precision and elegance that no other explanation quite matches. Nobody in Springfield ages because they exist inside the frozen memory of a man who went unconscious in 1993. His children don't age because he wasn't there to see them age. His mind preserves them at the ages they were on the last day he was conscious, and the dream cycles forward from there without advancing their birthdays because a sleeping brain can't imagine experiences it didn't have. Marge doesn't age because the last time Homer saw her really saw her. With open eyes and an awake mind, she looked exactly as she does in every episode that followed. The coma dream doesn't update her appearance because Homer's brain has no new information to work with. His reference file for Marge closed on that April evening, and everything since has been constructed from what he last remembered. The world doesn't change because the dreaming mind's world can't change. It can only reconfigure what's already there. There's a detail 6 months before the coma that the theory uses as its most compelling single piece of evidence. In the season 4 premiere Homer the Heretic, Homer has a dream in which he meets and converses with God, an actual, direct, face-to-face conversation with the divine, which the show handles with a combination of absurdity and genuine warmth. Homer asks the big questions. God, rendered in the show's typically ambiguous way, engages with them. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something. That Homer will learn the meaning of life, that the understanding is coming, but not yet. Homer's time, God tells him, is approaching. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline matches with an exactness that the theory treats as deliberate. God was not making a joke or a vague theological observation. God was telling Homer gently, in the language of a dream that Homer wouldn't fully understand until later, that his conscious life was almost over. That what came next would feel like living, but would be the dream of a dying man. An extended, beautiful, heartbreaking simulation of everything he couldn't bear to lose. The celebrity appearances in later seasons are accounted for by a particularly poignant mechanism. Homer's coma brain is receiving ambient stimuli from the hospital room around his body, conversations happening at his bedside. The television in the corner running whatever programs his family watches during their visits, the radio, magazines left on his nightstand. His sleeping mind receives fragments of the outside world, names, voices, faces, and incorporates them into the dream's population. Every celebrity who shows up in Springfield is, under this reading, a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, translated into a dream character by a brain that needs to keep the world populated and alive. The increasingly fantastical plots of later seasons are explained by the deterioration of the brain generating them. A healthy brain dreams in relative coherence. Homer's brain, losing capacity in steady increments since 1993, begins to dream more loosely as the years pass. The logic loosens, the narrative constraints relax, The stories become more improbable and more surreal. Homer goes to space because a slowly failing brain can imagine space more easily than it can imagine the careful realism of a domestic sitcom. Homer meets presidents and travels to foreign countries and holds hundreds of jobs because the dream is no longer constrained by the disciplined attention to detail that the early seasons required. The show got stranger because the dreamer got weaker. The logic didn't fail the show. The dreamer's mind did. The show itself has engaged with this theory directly, which is remarkable and worth spending a moment on. In season 34, the episode Lisa the Boy Scout included what was described as a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene. In this scene, Homer wakes up from a long coma, his eyes opening in a hospital bed. His family gathered around him, and it is revealed that every outlandish episode, every impossible adventure, every surreal plot had been the dream of a man lying unconscious in Springfield General. The scene was complete, fully animated, voiced, and produced to the same standard as the actual episode. The show's official explanation was that the scene had been created and then leaked by hackers, and that it was not real, a misdirect, a red herring, a joke at the expense of the fan theory. But here's the thing about that explanation. The writers made it. They sat down and wrote a scene in which Homer wakes up from a coma, and the entire run of the show is revealed as a dream. They put it through production, they animated it, they recorded it, and then they deployed it as a false lead, a piece of bait designed to tease and then disappoint the fans who'd spent years developing and refining the theory it was based on. That's not the behavior of a writer's room that considers the theory silly or dismissible. That's the behavior of people who have thought about the theory seriously enough to understand exactly what a confirmation scene would look like, who know exactly which buttons the theory pushes in the audience, and who chose to press those buttons in a controlled and deliberate way. They showed you the truth and labeled it a hoax. The audience laughed, because that's what audiences do when the joke lands cleanly. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the coma theory directly in 2015. He said it isn't true. He dismissed it as fan speculation. But what Al Jean did not address, what no official denial has ever addressed, is the tonal shift after season 4. The way God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. The way the dream's logic deteriorates in direct proportion to the length of time that's passed since Homer went under. The way nobody in Springfield ages, and the simplest possible explanation for why they don't, he said it's not true. The interviewer moved on. But the theory holds because it does something that official explanations can't. It makes everything make sense at once. Not just one anomaly, not just one inconsistency, but all of them, simultaneously through a single interpretive lens. There's an emotional dimension to the coma theory that is, if you let yourself sit with it properly, genuinely affecting. If it's true, if Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, if every episode since then is a projection of his unconscious mind, then the deepest thing about The Simpsons isn't its comedy. Its comedy has always been wonderful, but the deepest thing is the love story underneath it. The thing Homer's dreaming brain is trying to preserve. He wants his family. That's the whole dream. That's the entire 32-year simulation distilled to its essential core. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous, infuriating, beloved son. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone in her bedroom on Sunday evenings. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold, still requiring the kind of constant, gentle attention that makes a parent indispensable. He wants to be needed. He wants to be home. The coma dream gives him everything he wants, perfectly, forever. His children don't grow up because he can't imagine them growing up without him there. His wife doesn't leave because the dream won't allow anything that devastating. The catastrophes that hit Springfield, and they are catastrophic, repeatedly. The town is destroyed and rebuilt and contaminated and sealed under a federal dome, always resolved by the next episode, always reset, always return to the couch on Evergreen Terrace and the cold beer and the television. Because the dream can't end. Because ending means waking up. And waking up means finding out how much time has actually passed, how old his children really are, whether anyone is still sitting beside his bed in Springfield General, or whether they moved on long ago, the way people eventually have to. The coma isn't a nightmare. Under this reading, it's the only form of paradise that Homer's particular heart would think to ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the evenings are always warm and the story never has to end. Every time the credits roll and everything resets to normal, every time Homer falls off a cliff and walks away, every time Springfield is destroyed and restored by the following Thursday, it's not lazy writing. It's Homer's dreaming brain refusing to let the story close. Because the story closing means saying goodbye, and Homer isn't ready for that. Let your eyes stay closed. Feel the weight of the blanket, the softness of the pillow under your head. Let your thoughts move slowly and without urgency through the Springfield night. Somewhere in a hospital room, a man is dreaming. The dream is enormous and strange and beautiful, and sometimes hilarious and occasionally devastating. His family is in it exactly the way he needs them to be. His children are still small, his wife still loves him, the house is still standing. He's been holding the dream for 32 years. Let's not disturb him. The next thing we need to talk about is the most famous mystery in the history of this show. The crime that was solved and wasn't. The case that was closed but never really answered. The summer of 1995, when America turned a cartoon gunshot into a national event. We're going to revisit it slowly and carefully, and we're going to find that the answer might be completely different from what you were told. End of Section 3. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The summer of 1995. Before the internet made every mystery instantly solvable by someone somewhere, before spoilers were inevitable, before the collective analytical firepower of millions of online viewers could be brought to bear on a television mystery within hours of broadcast, before all of that, there was a single gunshot, a single victim, and an entire country arguing about who pulled the trigger. The Simpsons had never done anything quite like it. Neither had any other animated series. A genuine whodunit, designed with the care and structural precision of a detective novel, promoted as a national puzzle with prizes for correct guesses, and executed with the kind of confidence that comes from a show at the absolute height of its creative and cultural power. Let's go back to the beginning of it. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns, Part 1. This episode aired in May 1995, and its function was entirely set up: the establishment of motive, the introduction of suspects, the building of pressure toward an event that wouldn't resolve until September. Burns had crossed lines before. His entire existence as a character was defined by crossing lines, by pushing the town of Springfield to exactly the edge of what it could tolerate before stepping back just far enough to avoid immediate consequences. But in this episode, he went further than he'd ever gone, further than anyone had anticipated, even for him. He stole an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary School. The school had discovered the well by accident, and the discovery had represented beautifully an end to the chronic underfunding that had defined Springfield Elementary for as long as any of its students could remember. New textbooks, functional heating, possibly a music program. The well was going to change the school's future in real, tangible ways, and Burns took it. He had the legal means to do it, or something close enough to legal that nobody could stop him, and he simply extracted the oil from beneath the school and redirected the money into his own already incomprehensible fortune. That was the first domino. He used the proceeds to build a sun-blocking device, an enormous mechanical disc designed to position itself between Springfield and the sun, blocking solar light from reaching the town and forcing every resident to purchase their electricity from Burns's plant. He was going to create artificial night over the community he already controlled economically, and he was going to charge them for the privilege of having any light at all. He shut down Moe's Tavern by bankrupting its owner through a process of legal and financial pressure so sustained and precise that it left Moe with no options. He injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog. He created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle, displacing every elderly resident, including Homer's father. He fired groundskeeper Willie when the school's budget was gutted. He cut the music program that Tito Puente ran. He fired Smithers, his own devoted assistant, of 30-odd years when Smithers objected to the sun-blocking plan on moral grounds. By the end of Part 1, every single person in Springfield had a reason to want Burns dead, not figuratively, not as a hyperbole. Literally every named character in the show had experienced direct personal harm at Burns's hands during the events of that episode, and the show went out of its way to make sure you understood each specific grievance. Homer, because Burns couldn't remember his name after years of employment. This is played as Burns's eccentricity in most episodes, but it had accumulated into something genuinely injurious, the specific humiliation of being so thoroughly invisible to your own employer that he doesn't recognize your face. Bart and Lisa because their school lost its oil money, and with it the future that money represented. Grandpa Simpson because his retirement home was destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie because his livelihood was ended. Tito Puente because Burns cut the arts program that represented his connection to the school and community. Moe because Burns destroyed his business. Smithers because Burns discarded 30 years of loyalty the moment it became inconvenient. Every character gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. The tension built to something almost unbearable. Multiple characters were shown carrying weapons. The air in that meeting was the kind of air that precedes something irreversible. Then Burns collapsed. A gunshot wound. He staggered to the town's sundial, fell, and his hands landed on two letters, W and S, or, from Burns's own perspective, M and S. The screen went black. America had all summer to think about it. When Part 2 aired in September 1995, the investigation played out as comedy procedural. Chief Wiggum and the Springfield police stumbled through the evidence. Smithers confessed immediately and enthusiastically, but his confession collapsed almost immediately. He had been blackout drunk at the time of the shooting and had actually shot a completely different person entirely. Old Jasper, in his wooden leg, not Burns. Wrong victim, wrong location, wrong crime. The suspects fell away one by one. Principal Skinner had an alibi. Moe had an alibi. Tito Puente had what is objectively one of the greatest alibis in the history of television, a full musical number explaining that he had channeled his rage at Burns into creating a new piece of music. He literally danced through his anger and out the other side. The investigation stalled until DNA evidence arrived. An eyelash found on Burns's suit. Analysis confirmed it belonged to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints were on the gun. Homer had the most publicly visible grievance against Burns. Homer was arrested. A conviction seemed inevitable. Then Burns woke up from his coma. He looked around the hospital room. He identified his shooter. It was Maggie, baby Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he had encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting, attempted to take her lollipop, and the struggle had caused his gun to fall from its holster. Maggie had picked it up. The gun went off. Burns was shot. Case closed. The show said so. Baby did it. Move on. Except, let's look at the contest first, because it reveals something important about the architecture of this mystery. Fox invited viewers to submit guesses for the shooter's identity. The prize was significant enough to generate genuine public engagement. The winner would be animated into a future episode. Thousands of entries were submitted. And according to the DVD commentary for the episodes, not a single person from the randomly selected pool of entries submitted the correct answer. Nobody won. The person awarded the prize was selected randomly from the pool and received a cash payment instead of the animated appearance because they hadn't guessed correctly. The writers knew of exactly one person, a single individual, who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons newsgroup on the night of the original broadcast. But this person was using a college internet account that had been deactivated by the time the contest ended. The producers tried to find them. They couldn't. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward and claim their prize. As far as anyone can determine, they never did. Think about what this means. The show's creators designed a mystery, told the public it was solvable from the clues presented in Part 1, and then when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had solved it. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient to support the answer, the red herrings were too effective, the evidence too misleading, or the answer didn't follow from the evidence the way a properly constructed mystery should. Now let's look at the specific clues themselves. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands land on W and S, or from his own perspective, M and S. The show's explanation is that these initials stand for Maggie Simpson. This is the sundial's function in the episode, pointing at the shooter's identity in the most literal possible way. But Burns himself stated, explicitly and on the record within the show, that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He didn't deliberately position himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He just fell. The show presents the sundial as its central piece of evidence and then has the victim describe it as coincidence. The gun. Burns was carrying a firearm in a holster. Immediately before the shooting, The holster is shown to be empty. The gun was already missing from his person before the attack, which means whoever shot Burns used his own weapon, a weapon they didn't bring to the town meeting themselves, but obtained at the scene. This matters because most of the suspects at the meeting had weapons of their own. They were angry enough, some of them, to have brought guns specifically to the confrontation. The person who shot Burns was someone who wasn't armed when they arrived, someone who didn't plan to shoot anyone, who encountered the gun by chance and acted on impulse. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. So do roughly a dozen other characters who weren't carrying weapons that evening. Then there are Burns's last words before being shot. "Oh, it's you!" Not surprise, not fear, recognition. The casual acknowledgement of someone Burns had met before, someone he didn't consider a threat, someone whose presence wasn't alarming to him. He said it's you, the way you greet someone you know slightly when you encounter them unexpectedly. Does Burns know Maggie Simpson? Has he ever interacted with her in any meaningful way prior to this episode? The show doesn't establish a relationship between them. Burns barely recognizes Homer, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would see a baby in a parking lot and respond with the calm recognition implied by "it's you," as though acknowledging a familiar, if minor, acquaintance doesn't quite fit the characterization of a man who can't retain the name of his own employee. Who in Springfield would Burns recognize with that specific tone? Who would he greet that way without alarm, without warmth, with just the flat acknowledgement of the expected? That question leads in several different directions. In Season 18, Homer states plainly, out loud, to other characters that he was the one who shot Burns. He just says it, as a throwaway line in a conversation. Without apparent distress or remorse or awareness that this is an extraordinary thing to claim, nobody investigates, nobody reopens the case, nobody calls the police. Homer has, within the canonical universe of the show, confessed to the attempted murder of the richest and most powerful man in Springfield, and the scene moves on as though he's mentioned something trivial. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is entirely within his character, Homer's relationship with truth is flexible at the best of times, or the original verdict was wrong, and Homer knows it, and he has been living with that knowledge for years, and in a moment of whatever passes for honesty in Homer's mind, he let it out. If Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. An infant was blamed for a crime her father committed. The DNA evidence on Burns's suit, which pointed to A. Simpson rather than to Maggie specifically, was interpreted as pointing to Maggie because every other Simpson had been more or less eliminated from suspicion. But Homer hadn't been eliminated at the point Burns woke up and named his shooter. Homer was actively under arrest, on his way to being convicted. Burns woke up and pointed away from Homer, toward the one member of the Simpson family who couldn't be prosecuted. Chief Wiggum says it himself, almost admiringly. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect resolution. She was an infant, too young to deny the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, and completely immune to legal consequence. If someone in a position to redirect the investigation wanted to protect the real shooter, if Burns, for reasons of his own, chose to name someone other than the person who actually pulled the trigger, naming Maggie was the cleanest possible solution. It closed the case, protected the real perpetrator, and burdened no one. There's a competing theory supported by surprisingly robust evidence that Marge was the real shooter. Burns had harmed Marge's family systematically throughout the events of Part 1. He'd stolen the oil money that would have improved her children's school, he'd injured her family's dog, he'd destroyed the retirement home where Homer's father lived. He'd turned Springfield's sky dark. If Homer is a man whose grievance against Burns was personal and petty, the indignity of being forgotten by his employer, Marge's grievance was structural. Burns had damaged the material conditions of her family's life in ways that would have lasting consequences. But there's another detail. Earlier in the series, in an episode called Marge Gets a Job, Burns developed an infatuation with Marge. He pursued her. He was rejected. He responded with his characteristic combination of wounded pride and controlled menace. The infatuation was played for comedy, but within the show's universe, it established something real. Burns had a personal interest in Marge that went beyond his standard relationship with the population he exploited. If Marge was the one who fired the gun in that parking lot, if Burns turned and saw her and said, "Oh, it's you," with the particular tone of a man encountering a woman he'd once been obsessed with. Then his choice not to identify her becomes comprehensible in a way it isn't with almost any other suspect. Burns is willing to endure almost anything to preserve something he values. And Burns, whatever else he is, had valued Marge in whatever twisted, possessive way he was capable of valuing anything. He took the bullet. He woke up, and rather than name the woman who'd shot him, he pointed at a baby and said her initials were on the sundial by coincidence. This is speculation. The show didn't confirm it. The show confirmed Maggie. But the show also animated a complete alternate ending in which Smithers was revealed as the shooter full-length, fully voiced, fully produced, and then deployed that ending in a clip show hosted by Troy McClure, who dismissed it by saying it wouldn't have made sense because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored. Troy McClure's dismissal of the Smithers ending included a direct reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, where a jury did ignore DNA evidence and reach an acquittal. The show winked at you. It told you directly that DNA evidence can be ignored, that official verdicts aren't necessarily correct verdicts, that the system produces answers that serve the system's needs, not necessarily the truths. The case was closed. It was never solved. In Springfield, those have always been two completely different things. The final image of Part 2 deserves one more look before we leave the mystery. After everyone has left the room, after the case has been resolved, after the verdict has been delivered and accepted, Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully, deliberately making sure nobody is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the pulling of a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie knows what she did. The gesture is her private acknowledgement of guilt. But there's another reading. Maggie watched someone fire a gun in that parking lot. Whether she fired it herself or witnessed someone else firing it, she was there. She saw what happened. And what babies do, what infants have always done in the process of learning how the world works, is imitate. They replicate the behaviors they observe. They process experience by repeating it. Maggie isn't confessing in that final shot. She's remembering. She's reenacting something she saw. The gun fired. She saw it. She's playing it back because that's how her mind is working through what happened. This reading doesn't exonerate Maggie. It doesn't convict anyone else. It simply leaves the door open slightly, permanently, with a child's hand pressed against it in the way all the best mysteries leave doors open. We don't know who shot Mr. Burns. We were told. We accepted the answer. But we don't actually know. Rest for a moment. Let the mystery sit without needing resolution. The best mysteries are worth more open than closed. They give you something to return to, something to think about on quiet evenings when you have the time and stillness to really turn them over. The gun is somewhere in Springfield. The case file is in a drawer at the Springfield Police Department. The sundial still stands in the town square, its hands pointing at letters that the victim said were meaningless. And somewhere, a small figure with a red bow and enormous watching eyes is sitting very still, keeping her own counsel the way she always has. We'll come back to her properly in a later section. For now, let's leave the mystery where it is and visit the man who was shot, because how Burns survived that bullet, how Burns has survived everything, how Burns has survived 140 years in a body held together by treatments and money and a devotion so precise it borders on terrifying, that's a mystery all its own. End of Section 4. Section 5. The Immortal Monster. How Burns Stays Alive. There is a moment in the Springfield Files, the Season 8 episode we've visited once already, where a doctor tells Burns his age. Burns's response is ambiguous. He doesn't confirm it. He doesn't deny it. He deflects with the specific kind of practiced nonchalance that you develop only after decades of deflecting the same question. The show has given us many numbers across its run, and almost none of them agree with each other. Burns has been placed in his 80s. He has been placed in his 120s. He has been placed somewhere around 140. His birth year has shifted. His early memories have been deployed selectively and sometimes contradictorily. The show has never committed to a precise age for its most important recurring antagonist, which would be a loose end worth noting even in a more conventional series. But whatever the number, every version of the timeline places Burns's birth in the 19th century. He has described the Gilded Age not as a historical period he studied, but as a period he lived through. He speaks of events from the early 20th century with the casual specificity of personal recollection rather than received history. He served in World War II. He attended Yale. He has described knowing Howard Hughes not as a cultural figure but as an acquaintance. He has referenced the Spanish-American War as a living memory. By the most conservative reading of the available evidence, Burns is at least 100 years old. By a more thorough accounting of everything the show has shown us, he may be closer to 140, and he functions, not merely exists, not just endures. He functions at an extremely high cognitive level. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics with a sophistication that requires sustained strategic thinking and an accurate map of who owes what to whom and how much leverage each debt represents. He orchestrates multi-step schemes. The sun-blocking device was not a spontaneous act. It required engineering, legal maneuvering, and years of planning. With the patient precision of a man who has learned from long experience that the most effective plans are the ones that seem inevitable only in retrospect. His body is frail. You can see it in the animation, the loose skin, the brittle posture, the way physical tasks that are trivial for any other character require visible effort from Burns. He moves through the world as though gravity is a personal inconvenience directed specifically at him. But his mind is razor sharp. He remembers everything. He connects dots across decades of accumulated information. He holds grudges with the precise, detailed care of a scholar, because in Burns's world, grudges are instruments of power. They're the documentation of debts that will eventually be collected. How does a man this old maintain this level of cognitive function? How does any biological system, organic and subject to entropy, sustain itself for a century and a half at any functional level, let alone the high operational level that Burns consistently demonstrates? The show offers answers. Individually, they're played as jokes or throwaway details. Collectively, they form a picture of a man who has engineered his own survival with the same ruthless efficiency he applies to everything else. Let's begin with the most direct evidence, the weekly treatments. In the Springfield Files, when the mystery of the glowing figure in the woods is resolved, it's revealed that Burns undergoes a medical regimen so intensive that it produces visible bioluminescence. After each session, his body emits a faint green glow that persists for some hours. The treatment is described as keeping him alive for exactly one more week. Miss the appointment and the biological systems that the treatment maintains begin to fail within days. Miss 2 appointments and Burns dies. The margin for error is 0. His survival is dependent on a precisely scheduled intervention that cannot be delayed or skipped, administered by medical professionals with enough specific expertise to manage whatever this protocol actually involves. His continued existence requires not just wealth, though wealth is certainly necessary, but the sustained operation of an entire logistical apparatus dedicated to getting Burns to his treatment on time every single week, week after week, year after year, decade after decade. Smithers is this apparatus. Waylon Smithers Jr. is, on the surface of things, Burns's personal assistant, a man whose professional and personal life has been entirely organized around the needs and preferences of his employer for his entire adult career. He manages Burns's schedule, his correspondence, his meals, his social calendar, his enemies list, and his daily operations in a way that is so thorough and so internalized that distinguishing between Smithers doing his job and Smithers sustaining Burns's ability to remain alive becomes progressively harder the more closely you look. Smithers knows the treatment schedule. Smithers ensures it's maintained. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with the vigilance of someone who understands that a deviation from baseline a temperature, a pallor, a subtle change in energy might mean the treatment is losing efficacy and needs adjustment. The show has demonstrated repeatedly that when Smithers is absent, Burns deteriorates. Not emotionally, not administratively, physically. Burns becomes helpless in Smithers' absence in ways that go beyond the inconvenience of losing a skilled assistant. Without Smithers managing the medical protocol, Burns misses treatments. Treatments missed means the disease equilibrium fails. We'll get to the disease equilibrium in a moment. It deserves its own careful attention. The diseases. In one of the most quoted scenes in the entire series, Burns visits a doctor who delivers a diagnosis that is simultaneously absurd and genuinely disturbing if you sit with it long enough. Burns has every disease known to medical science, every single one, simultaneously, all present in his body at the same time, running their natural courses at the cellular level, competing for dominance. But here's the thing, none of them can kill him. The doctor explains it as Three Stooges syndrome, a condition named for the physical comedy of three large men trying to move through a narrow doorway simultaneously. When three people try to pass through at once, none of them can pass. They block each other. They create a gridlock that immobilizes all of them equally. Burns's diseases are in gridlock. Each one is trying to be the illness that kills him, but every one of them is being blocked by every other one. The pneumonia can't advance because the tuberculosis is in its way. The tuberculosis can't advance because 40 other diseases are competing for the same biological real estate. The cancer is checked by the diabetes, which is checked by the heart disease, which is checked by the lupus, which is checked by everything else. The diseases have created, in their collective attempt to kill Burns, a biological equilibrium that paradoxically sustains him. He is the sickest man in America. He is also, for this specific reason, functionally indestructible. The show plays this for one of its biggest laughs, and the laugh has earned the image of Charles Montgomery Burns, ancient and frail, existing in a state of perfect physiological catastrophe that accidentally amounts to perfect health, is genuinely funny. But under the logic of the contamination theory, the scene becomes something stranger and more specific. Burns's weekly radiation treatment is not curing his diseases. It's not addressing them or eliminating them or even meaningfully treating them in the conventional medical sense. What the treatment is doing, what the radiation is doing to Burns's body week after week, year after year, is maintaining the equilibrium, keeping the diseases in their carefully balanced state of mutual obstruction, adjusting the calibration so that no single illness gains enough advantage over the others to break out of the gridlock and claim the system. The radiation is the control rod in Burns's personal reactor. Remove it, and the reaction goes critical. Introduce it on schedule, in the right dose, and the whole catastrophic system holds together in something that looks from the outside to someone not paying very close attention, like a man simply being old and frail and inexplicably alive. This is nuclear maintenance applied to a human body. Burns's body has become over a century and a half of radiation exposure, something that requires nuclear management to continue functioning. He has been changed so fundamentally by his proximity to nuclear material and by the treatments he's used to manage that exposure that his biology no longer operates according to normal organic processes. He needs external radiation input the way a standard human body needs food. It's not medicine for him, not in any conventional sense, it's fuel. Burns's relationship with historical events adds another layer to the question of his age and survival. The show has depicted Burns interacting with or possessing first-hand knowledge of an extraordinary range of historical moments. He served in World War II. His role is described by the show as morally questionable at best, which, in the context of that conflict, is a description worth letting hang in the air for a moment. He was present at events that have passed into history. He knew figures who died before anyone in the show's audience was born. He has described the Gilded Age, the late 19th century period, of extraordinary industrial wealth and extraordinary industrial exploitation in America, not as a historical era, but as a time he lived through, a period he has personal memories of rather than academic knowledge about. His family's wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty, as the show has sketched it across various episodes, is one of the oldest and continuously most powerful lineages in American history. Not the kind of wealth that arrives in one generation and disperses in the next, but the kind of wealth that compounds across centuries, that builds infrastructure and then charges everyone else for access to it, that exists so completely above the mechanisms of accountability and consequence that those mechanisms stop applying. This kind of continuity across generations is unusual. Unusual enough that the show's occasional hints about it raise questions that the narrative never fully answers. If the Burns family has maintained its wealth and power for this long, what mechanisms have they used to ensure that continuity? How does a dynasty persist across multiple generations without the kind of dispersal and dilution that normally claims family fortunes within a few generations? The show's most intriguing suggestion is that Burns might not be the first member of his family to use unconventional methods to extend his viable operational lifespan. Before nuclear radiation, before the medical technology that currently sustains him, did previous Burns patriarchs find other means? Is the current Burns simply the most recent iteration of a family that has always found ways to cheat time, using whatever tools their particular moment in history made available? The show doesn't answer this, but it does establish that the Burns dynasty has been in continuous, active control of its fortune for longer than most American institutions have been in existence. That kind of continuity doesn't happen through normal succession. It requires either extraordinary luck or extraordinary deliberateness, and nothing about Burns suggests he has ever relied on luck. There's something almost admirable about Burns's survival strategy, in the specific way that perfectly executed systems are admirable regardless of their moral content. Every dollar he has ever made has been reinvested in the infrastructure of his continued existence. Every institution he has ever corrupted, every political figure he has ever bought, every doctor he has ever retained, the entire elaborate apparatus of Burns's power exists at its deepest functional level to ensure that the treatments keep coming, that Smithers keeps managing the schedule, that the machines keep running, that Charles Montgomery Burns keeps waking up every morning to find that another week has passed and the system has held. Homer's survival in the show is passive. He endures things because the narrative needs him to endure them. Burns's survival is engineered, planned, maintained through sustained effort and extraordinary resources. The difference between them is the difference between being lucky and being prepared. But there's a closed loop at the center of the Burns immortality system that the show has never quite acknowledged out loud, and it's the most unsettling thing about it. Springfield's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns. Burns depends on the treatments. The treatments depend on the infrastructure of Burns's wealth. The wealth depends on the plant. Everything feeds everything else. The system sustains itself by sustaining itself. And Springfield, the community of people living under Burns's shadow, drinking his contamination, working in his facility, sending their children to the school he impoverished, and restored and impoverished again. Springfield is part of the loop. The town's need for electricity makes it dependent on the plant. The plant's operation requires the workforce that lives in Springfield. The workforce lives in Springfield because the plant employs them. The plant employs them because Burns needs warm bodies to staff the facility that generates his wealth. Burns's wealth funds the treatments that keep Burns alive. The residents of Springfield cannot challenge Burns without dismantling their own economy. They cannot dismantle Burns's operation without losing the power that runs their homes. They cannot afford to confront what the plant has done to them because confronting it would require them to want it gone, and wanting it gone would mean accepting darkness and unemployment and the collapse of the entire community's economic foundation. Burns isn't too powerful to be challenged. He's been careful enough to make challenging him synonymous with destroying the town. That's not villainy, that's architecture. The scariest implication of Burns's immortality isn't that he might live forever. It's that Springfield needs him to. Every person in that town who has absorbed the plant's contamination, who has been cognitively impaired by its emissions, who has had their biology quietly altered by decades of living in a radiation zone, every one of them is dependent on the plant that did it to them. For employment, for electricity, for the economic activity that flows from having the facility operational, they need Burns alive, because Burns alive means the plant runs. The plant running means the lights stay on and the checks keep coming and the town keeps existing as something recognizable. Burns has made himself as essential as oxygen to a community he's been poisoning for his entire tenure. And the treatment that keeps him alive, the weekly radiation therapy that produces that faint, distinctive glow, is funded by the wealth generated by the facility that produces the contamination that has damaged the population that can't challenge the facility because it needs the wealth that Burns uses to fund the comply. Treatments that keep him alive. The loop is airtight. It has been airtight for a century and a half. And Burns will continue to glow faintly in the dark every week because the alternative Burns dying, the loop breaking, the system answering for what it's done, is something that Springfield, for all its suffering, has never quite found the capacity to want badly enough. Breathe in slowly. Hold it. Let it go. Burns is in his office right now, somewhere above Springfield, looking out at the cooling towers, calculating something. Whatever he's calculating, it's probably fine for him and complicated for someone else. That's always been the arrangement. Let's leave him there. The next mystery takes us to a moment that fans of the show have argued about for nearly 3 decades. An episode so divisive, so structurally strange, so deliberately unsettling that it was ranked among the worst the show ever produced, and yet might actually be the most honest thing it ever did. Let's go to Springfield Elementary and meet a man who has been living someone else's life for 20 years. End of Section 5. Section 6. The Principal Who Never Existed. The 28th of September, 1997. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. This episode detonated like a small bomb inside the show's fan community, and the crater it left has never fully closed. 28 years later, fans still cite it. Critics still revisit it. Harry Shearer, the voice actor who plays both Skinner and Burns, among a dozen other characters, publicly stated his displeasure with the storyline at the time, and has never entirely softened that position. The episode is consistently ranked among the worst The Simpsons ever produced. It has been called the moment the show stopped caring about continuity. The moment it betrayed its audience's trust in the character it had spent 8.5 seasons building. The moment the writers decided that a clever premise was more important than respecting the history of the person at the center of it. These are understandable criticisms. The episode does something disorienting and unforgivably permanent to a character the audience had spent years with. It reaches into the past and restructures something that had felt solid. But here's the counter-argument that the episode has never quite gotten credit for. It's the most honest thing The Simpsons ever did about Springfield. Here's what happens. Springfield Elementary is holding an event to honor Principal Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. The celebration is in full swing: speeches, decorations, the particular mood of institutional appreciation that American schools are good at staging when a stranger walks through the door. He is a man no one recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and believed dead, and who survived, and who escaped, and who came home to find that someone else has been living his life for the past 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Principal Seymour Skinner is an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. The show provides a backstory. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street kid, a petty criminal from nowhere in particular, with no family, no prospects, and no identity worth keeping. He was drafted into the army and served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt the specific guilt of a survivor, the man who made it back from a situation his comrade didn't. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to Skinner's mother, Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She was elderly. Perhaps her eyesight was going. Perhaps she needed so desperately for the news to be different that she willed herself to see something that wasn't there. Whatever the reason, she looked at Armin Tamzarian and saw Seymour Skinner. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a family or a home or a name that carried any history, let her. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name and the rank and the life and the mother. He moved into the house on whatever street the Skinner house is on, and he began building a 20-year career in Springfield's school system as a man who didn't exist. He was a good principal, by most measures. Strict, occasionally petty, perpetually undermined by Bart, and perpetually locked in the specific humiliation of being simultaneously dominated by his mother and dismissed by his superiors, but present, committed. Springfield. And then the real Skinner walked through the door, and the truth came out, and everything Tamzarian had built was exposed as a structure built on someone else's foundation. This is where the episode does something extraordinary. Springfield holds a meeting. Both men are present. The facts are established and acknowledged by everyone in the room. The real Seymour Skinner exists. The man they've known as Seymour Skinner is Armin Tamzarian, and there is no ambiguity about any of it. The truth is sitting in the room with them, visible and documented, and entirely beyond dispute. And the town votes on what to do, not on how to pursue justice, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian for identity fraud, not on how to make amends to the real Skinner for what was done to him. They vote on something simpler and more disturbing, whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. Springfield chooses the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that Armin Tamzarian is the real Seymour Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the man who served, who was captured, who survived a prisoner of war camp, and came home to find his identity stolen is removed from Springfield. He is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from the town. And the judge adds a provision that makes this particular moment one of the most quietly radical things the show ever committed to film. It becomes explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again, under penalty of torture. A community has voted to criminalize accurate historical information. They've made the truth a crime. And they did it openly, collectively, with full awareness of what they were doing. This wasn't a cover-up. There's no dark room, no secret meeting, no conspiracy in the conventional sense. The vote happened in public. The decree was issued openly. Everyone knows, everyone agreed, and everyone will pretend going forward that the truth never existed. Fans hated this. The hatred was immediate and genuine and has never fully dissipated. The criticism centers on what it did to the Skinner character. His military service, the years in Vietnam, the capture, the return, the quiet weight of all of that sitting behind his precise, anxious, administrator's exterior retroactively became a fiction. His relationship with Agnes, complex and uncomfortable and oddly touching in its own way, was revealed to be built on a performance rather than a blood connection. His entire arc, the evolution of a character who'd been in the show since the beginning, was revealed to be the arc of someone who wasn't who he said he was. The episode destroyed what the audience had invested in Skinner by revealing the investment had been misplaced. But here's the thing. The episode is completely accurate about what Springfield is. Not what it was meant to be, not what it presents itself as, what it actually demonstrably is, when you look at the evidence the show has accumulated across its entire run. Springfield has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. It has always agreed to forget whatever doesn't fit the established narrative. It has always reset to normal after events that should permanently alter the town's reality. The nuclear contamination is never addressed. The three-eyed fish was noted, demonstrated on national television, and forgotten. Homer's occasional near-deaths, the dome, the environmental catastrophe, the various occasions when the federal government has had to become involved in Springfield's affairs, all of it is erased between episodes, smoothed over, treated as though it never happened. The Principal and the Pauper is the only episode that shows you the mechanism. It shows you the vote. It shows you the decree. It shows you the literal, formal, legally documented expulsion of truth from the community. Every other reset in Springfield's history happens off-screen, in the implied space between the end of one episode and the beginning of the next. This is the only time the show let the camera stay in the room while the decision was being made. And what it showed us is that Springfield's amnesia isn't a feature of cartoon storytelling. It's a feature of Springfield. The town has a system for managing inconvenient reality, and the system is functional and deliberate and enforced. Think about the specific mechanism the episode reveals. The real Seymour Skinner had proof. Irrefutable, first-person, witnessed by everyone proof that the official narrative of Springfield Elementary's principal was a lie. He showed up with his own face and his own history and his own name, and none of it required interpretation. The evidence was self-evident in the most literal possible way. And the town's response was to exile the proof, not to engage with it, not to investigate its implications, not to ask what it meant for every other thing they believed about their community. They found the truth inconvenient and they removed it, attached it to a train, and sent it somewhere else. Then they made a law saying you couldn't mention it. This is exactly what real communities do with truths they can't afford. It's what Springfield has been doing with the nuclear contamination for decades, not acknowledging it, not investigating it, not asking the questions it demands. It's what Springfield did with the three-eyed fish, noted it, got distracted, moved on. It's what Springfield does with every environmental catastrophe, every institutional failure, every impossible recovery from fatal injury, treats it as weather, accepts it as normal, and resumes the day. The Principal and the Pauper didn't break The Simpsons. It diagnosed Springfield. It provided the show with a scene that made the invisible mechanism visible, the social contract that allows a town of yellow-skinned, four-fingered, cognitively impaired residents to live in the shadow of a cracked nuclear reactor and never connect those two facts. The contract says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the lie as the truth and the truth as a crime. And anyone who breaks this contract, anyone who shows up with inconvenient evidence and insists on being acknowledged, will be expelled from the community. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with proof that the official story was false, and the town's response was to criminalize his evidence and exile his person. That's not a comedy beat, that's an anatomy. Now consider how this framework applies to everything we've already discussed. If the contamination theory is correct, and the radiation from the nuclear plant has been causing measurable physical and cognitive changes in Springfield's population for decades, why hasn't anyone noticed? Why hasn't anyone connected the three-eyed fish to the yellow skin, to the cognitive impairment, to the power plant that sits on the hill above the town? Why has no organized resistance to Burns ever emerged from a population that has been systematically harmed by his facility for generations? Because the social contract prevents it. Because asking those questions would lead to answers that would require action, and the action would be dismantling the power plant, and dismantling the power plant would collapse the economy, and collapsing the economy would destroy the town, and the town's survival depends on the plant. So the question can't be asked because the question leads somewhere the town cannot afford to go. So the contract holds. The reset button is pressed. The truth is expelled. And everyone who lives in Springfield wakes up the next morning and finds that they can't quite remember what the fuss was about. If the coma theory is correct, this episode has an even darker resonance. Homer's dreaming mind, generating a world from memory and ambient hospital noise, invents a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a fiction because the fiction is necessary. Because the fake version of a life can become real through collective agreement and social enforcement. Because identity is whatever the people around you agree to recognize, regardless of the documentary evidence. Homer needs to believe this. Because Homer's coma is itself a stolen life, a dream masquerading as 30 years of experience, a simulation insisting it's reality. If Springfield can vote to make Tamzarian into Skinner, then maybe the dream can vote itself into waking. If lies become true through agreement, then Homer isn't lying in a hospital bed while decades pass around his motionless body. He's living. He's home. He's exactly where he needs to be. The principal and the pauper is the infrastructure of Homer's denial, externalized into a plot. The machinery that makes his coma sustainable, dramatized as a civic event. Armin Tamzarian is still sleeping in the principal's house tonight. Agnes Skinner is still watching television in the next room. The railroad track that carried the real Seymour Skinner out of Springfield runs through some part of this story that the show will never revisit. The decree stands. The law is still on the books. You cannot say his name in Springfield without consequences. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal is somewhere out there, living whatever life he found after the train stopped, carrying a history that a community decided didn't belong to him. Let's leave him to it. The next person we're going to visit is the most powerful member of the Simpson family, and also the smallest. She's been sitting in the corner of every room, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for a moment that the show has never quite allowed to arrive. Her name is Maggie, and she has been planning something for 36 years. End of Section 6. Section 7. Maggie Simpson, the silence behind the pacifier. There's a way of thinking about silence that treats it as the absence of speech. An empty channel. A gap in the conversation where a voice should be but isn't. That's not what Maggie's silence is. Maggie Simpson has been alive or something adjacent to alive, trapped in the permanent present of Springfield's frozen timeline for 36 years. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for the entirety of this show's run, sitting in her high chair, crawling across the linoleum, pulling herself upright at the edge of the coffee table, and looking at the world with those enormous, patient, measuring eyes. She doesn't speak. She communicates in pacifier sounds and small, precise gestures, and the particular quality of her gaze. A gaze that is, when you start paying attention to it, not the unfocused looking of an infant discovering the world, but something else. Something with more deliberation behind it. Something that evaluates what it sees and files the information away for later. We're told she's 1 year old. We're shown behavior that would be extraordinary in an adult. These two facts have been sitting side by side in the show for 3.5 decades, and the show has handled the tension between them by keeping the camera somewhere else, by keeping the focus on Homer's latest disaster, or Bart's latest scheme, or Lisa's latest frustrated crusade while Maggie watches from the periphery and quietly demonstrates things that nobody in Springfield has stopped long enough to notice. Let's notice. Begin with the shooting. because it's the action most people associate with Maggie, and it's almost certainly the least interesting thing she's ever done. We've already examined the who shot Mr. Burns mystery in detail. We've looked at the evidence for and against Maggie's guilt. We've considered alternate theories. We've noted that the final shot of Part 2 shows Maggie making a trigger-pulling motion after checking to ensure she's alone, a gesture the show offers as confirmation of guilt, and that an alternate reading suggests might be a baby imitating something she witnessed. Let's set aside the question of whether she pulled the trigger and focus instead on the aftermath. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest man in Springfield. The police investigated. The evidence was examined. And the official conclusion was yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a powerful adult, and there's nothing to be done about it. Chief Wiggum's reasoning that no jury would convict a baby closed the matter. Look at Maggie after the case is closed. Look at her in that final shot, the way she glances around the room first. The deliberateness of it. She turns her head, checks the door, confirms that the room is empty, and then makes the gesture, in sequence, with intent. That sequence of actions requires situational awareness. It requires memory of what the gesture means and why it might be consequential to perform it in front of witnesses. It requires the capacity to distinguish between safe and unsafe contexts and to calibrate behavior accordingly. These are not infant behaviors. They're adult behaviors performed in an infant's body, and the show presents them matter-of-factly, not as remarkable or alarming, just as Maggie being Maggie. The family has normalized this, the way they've normalized everything else in Springfield. The baby who appears to be capable of strategic thought is just the baby. She's fine. She's always been fine. But she's watching. She's always watching. The Longest Daycare is a theatrical short film released in 2012, screened in cinemas before Ice Age, Continental Drift, and subsequently nominated for an Academy Award. It's 7 minutes long. It tells a complete story without a single word of dialogue from its protagonist. And it is, in concentrated form, the most comprehensive argument the show has ever made for Maggie being something categorically different from the rest of her family. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare center run with algorithmic efficiency, where infants are classified on arrival and sorted into categories based on assessed intelligence. Maggie is assessed and assigned to a group. Inside the facility, she discovers a caterpillar in the process of forming its chrysalis. Another infant, Gerald, the perpetual antagonist baby from the main series, has identified the chrysalis and wants to destroy it. Maggie wants to protect it. What follows is a miniature action film. Maggie, working within the severe constraints of an infant's motor capabilities, she falls down, she stumbles, she can't run, she has to crawl where she wants to sprint, executes a plan to smuggle the chrysalis out of the facility and release the butterfly. The plan is multi-step. It requires her to read the environment and identify the security systems. It requires her to understand the behavioral patterns of the daycare staff and predict their movements. It requires her to improvise when her initial approach fails and develop an alternative approach in real time. It requires her to manage timing to know not just what to do, but when to do it, in what order, with what margins for error. She does all of this without speaking, without consulting anyone, without external assistance, alone, carrying an intelligence that her body can barely keep up with, navigating a system designed to control her, and succeeding. Every choice she makes is correct. Every decision is optimized. She reads her situation with an accuracy that most adults, placed in a complex and adversarial environment, would fail to match. The gap between what her body is capable of and what her mind is doing is so vast that it becomes the visual joke of the piece watching this small, unsteady creature execute decisions with the crisp confidence of a strategic expert. She fails physically, constantly. She succeeds mentally, consistently. Her mind compensates for every limitation her body imposes. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in various episodes across the series. The results are not consistent. They vary depending on what the episode needs, but the pattern they form is clear when you stand back from it. Maggie consistently demonstrates cognitive capabilities that standardized assessments struggle to capture because the assessments are not designed for cognitive capabilities at this level. The instruments can measure what they're calibrated to measure. What Maggie demonstrates appears to exceed the calibration. The show treats these moments as quick laughs and moves on, the way it treats everything that happens in Maggie's periphery. The camera cuts back to Homer's main story. The revelation is left to settle on its own, uncommented upon, unexamined, filed in the growing archive of things Springfield has collectively agreed not to pursue. But it's there, and it's consistent. Maggie's intelligence isn't a joke that the writers occasionally return to for easy laughs. It's a sustained, underlying characteristic that appears across seasons and formats and different writing staffs with enough regularity to constitute something like a position. The show believes Maggie is extraordinary. It has believed this for 36 years. It has simply never committed to showing you what extraordinary looks like when it finally gets to stretch. Now consider why she's silent. This is the most important question the Maggie theory asks, and it's the one the show has never directly answered. Why doesn't Maggie speak? She has demonstrated the cognitive architecture for language. She understands what's said around her. She responds appropriately to verbal communication. She processes information with a speed and accuracy that language would only accelerate. The capacity is there. The vocabulary, given what she observes every day in a household of extremely verbal people, should be growing by the hour. She spoke once. One word. Daddy. Voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in what amounted to a cameo. A single syllable in a single episode that the show never repeated or built upon. The word disappeared into the archive of things Springfield noticed and then forgot. Since then, silence. The contamination theory offers one answer. If the same environmental exposure that reduced Homer's intelligence to a clinical disability elevated Maggie's to extraordinary levels, the mutation isn't uniform. Different biological systems respond differently to the same input. Homer's brain was changed in one direction, Maggie's was changed in another. And perhaps the same alteration that supercharged her cognitive processing has created something unusual in her language centers, not an inability to speak, but a disconnection between the intelligence that could speak and the drive to speak that normally accompanies it. But the more compelling answer, the one that's supported by the show's own evidence rather than theoretical extrapolation, is that Maggie has chosen silence, strategically, deliberately, because she watched what happened to the last intelligent woman in her family who announced her intelligence openly, and she made a different decision. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. The show has been consistent about this across its entire run. Lisa is the smartest member of the Simpson family, the smartest student at Springfield Elementary, probably the smartest person in a wide radius of Evergreen Terrace. She plays the saxophone with genuine feeling. She reads books above her grade level. She asks questions that adults don't have good answers for. She holds her government and her community and her family to standards that the people around her consistently fail to meet. And what has this gotten her? Isolation? Dismissal? The specific loneliness of being the most capable person in any room she walks into, and knowing, through accumulated experience, that the room will not value this. Lisa fights for recognition that never fully comes. Lisa challenges authority and finds that authority is invested in remaining unchallengeable. Lisa tries to improve the world she lives in, and discovers that the world she lives in would prefer not to be improved, would prefer things to remain exactly as they are, would prefer that the 8-year-old with the saxophone sit down and be quiet. Lisa wears her intelligence on the outside. She announces it, deploys it, leads with it. Because that's what she's been taught. Intelligence is for visible application, demonstrated value, the transparent use of capability in service of good goals. The room punishes her for it, consistently, with the patient, impersonal cruelty of a system that rewards compliance over capability. Maggie has been watching this since the day she was born. She has been sitting in the room while Lisa fought and got nowhere, while Lisa's intelligence became a liability as often as an asset, while the smartest member of the family became the loneliest member of the family in direct proportion to how much she insisted on being seen. And Maggie learned a different lesson. The lesson is, the less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. The lesson is, invisibility is armor, silence is power. The baby is never the suspect. The baby is never the person anyone watches most carefully. The baby can move through the world carrying an extraordinary mind, solving problems, managing situations, shaping outcomes, and as long as the baby maintains the performance of helpless infancy, nobody will ever think to look at what the baby is actually doing. Maggie isn't developmentally delayed. Maggie is operating the best disguise available to her. She has looked at the world Springfield offers and chosen the one posture that gives her access to it without the costs that Lisa pays. She is the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. She just hasn't decided what to do with that power yet. Every remarkable thing Maggie has accomplished has happened in the margins. Below the radar. In the spaces where nobody is watching because everyone is watching something else. She saved her family from genuine danger more than once. She led an uprising in the daycare. She shot a man whether deliberately or not. The outcome was the same. The man went down, and the person who brought him down was the one nobody was watching. The family doesn't notice, and Maggie has engineered the family's inattention deliberately. She maintains the performance of babyhood with a consistency that is itself evidence of sophistication, because maintaining a performance over 36 years without breaking character once, in every conceivable situation, under every variety of stress and observation, is not something you do by accident. You do it because you have decided to, and because you are very good at deciding things. If we accept the coma theory alongside this reading of Maggie, there's something that gets quietly devastating about her character. If Homer has been dreaming since 1993, if every episode is generated by an unconscious father's mind, then Maggie's genius isn't a mutation or a strategic choice at all. It's Homer's most deeply held hope for his youngest child, projected into the dream because he couldn't project it anywhere else. He can't see her grow up. He can't watch her find her voice or her direction or the thing she loves. He can't hear her first complete sentence or witness her first full day of walking without falling. He missed all of it, lying in a hospital bed while the world moved through seasons without him. So in the dream, he made her extraordinary. He gave her an intelligence that transcends her age, that exceeds what any child should be capable of. Because the dream is the only place where Homer can give her anything anymore. Her genius is his gift to her, his dreaming father's gift, the only gift that keeps her safe in his absence, the gift of being the most capable person in any room she'll ever walk into. The pacifier stays in, the eyes stay wide, the silence holds. And in the dream, Maggie is always okay, because she has to be. She's still sitting somewhere in the house on Evergreen Terrace right now, in the particular quiet of a Springfield night. The television is off. The family is asleep. And Maggie is wherever Maggie is, watching the dark with those enormous eyes, thinking whatever thoughts a 36-year-old baby thinks when everyone else is finally asleep and she can stop performing. She is, by any measure that the show is willing to make available, the most capable member of the Simpson family. She just hasn't decided what to do about it yet. And that uncertainty, the gap between what she is and what she'll eventually choose to do, is the last genuinely open question in the Simpson house. Everyone else's story is written. Homer will keep working at the plant. Marge will keep holding everything together. Bart will keep pushing every limit in reach. Lisa will keep fighting battles that the world isn't ready to let her win. But Maggie is still writing hers. Whatever she decides, nobody will see it coming. That's the whole point. Let your breathing stay slow and even. The house is quiet. The neighborhood is quiet. The power plant hums on the hill, the way it always has. The next section takes us somewhere outside the Simpson house outside Springfield, in a sense. Though the story it tells is inseparable from the town and from the family, and from the single man whose long shadow falls across everything in it. We're going to follow a road out of Springfield to a grave that belongs to a poet, and find a woman who disappeared into the night when her son was 6 years old, and trace the damage that one man's grudge did to 3 generations of a family that never fully understood why their lives felt so heavy. End of Section 7. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the conspiracy that broke 3 generations. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, a man whose relationship to verifiable truth has always been approximate at best, told Homer that his mother had passed away when Homer was still young. There was a grave. Homer visited it. He mourned in the way Homer mourns things, which is incompletely and intermittently and always with the underlying worry that he's doing grief wrong somehow. He grew up believing his mother was gone, that he had been left, not through abandonment, which carries its own specific psychological weight, but through death. Death was clean. Death was comprehensible. Death was something you could eventually metabolize and carry forward. You grieved, You adjusted, and you became the person you were after the loss. Homer became that person. And that person, the person built on the foundation of early maternal loss, is the Homer who came to Marge and worked at Burns's plant and strangled his son on the couch every evening and reached for another beer and tried in his limited and deeply sincere way to be a good enough man for the family he had managed to build. Everything about Homer's personality, when you trace it back, leads to the same root. His desperate need to be liked, his terror of abandonment, his clinginess toward Marge, his compulsive generosity that exceeds his financial means, his inability to accept rejection from anyone who matters to him. All of it is the psychological architecture of a child who lost his mother and spent the rest of his life managing that absence. His entire personality is a coping mechanism. And in Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on the 19th of November, 1995, and it is consistently cited as one of the greatest episodes in the show's history, a ranking it earns by doing something The Simpsons has always been capable of, but rarely commits to fully. It tells a genuinely tragic story about genuinely broken people and treats those people with the kind of care and attention that makes the comedy, when it arrives, land harder because of the sorrow underneath it. Here's what happens. Homer, attempting to avoid working on a Saturday, stages his own death. He pushes a dummy off a cliff near the power plant. The town believes he's dead, and the complications of being officially deceased eventually require him to go to the Hall of Records and correct the paperwork. While there, trying to restore himself to the official record of the living, Homer discovers something in the municipal files that upends the entire foundation of the person he's built himself into. His mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him wasn't hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet, the author of Leaves of Grass, a 19th century figure whose headstone Abe had been presenting to Homer as his wife's burial site for Homer's entire life. The audacity of this detail, the specific choice of Walt Whitman as the dead person occupying the grave Abe falsified, is worth a moment. The show didn't choose a generic fictional name or an obscure historical footnote. It chose one of America's most beloved literary figures, a man whose work is devoted to expansive ideas about identity and continuity and the relationship between the self and the world. Homer spent his childhood mourning at the grave of a man who wrote about the interconnectedness of all experience and never knew it. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery. She's visiting what she believes is her son's grave. The fake death notice has reached her, wherever she is, and she's come to grieve the child she's spent 27 years trying to stay close enough to watch from a distance. She doesn't recognize Homer at first. He's changed enormously since the last time she saw him. He was 6. He is now a large, balding, overweight man with a strange-shaped skull and an expression of permanently mild confusion. When he proves who he is, when the recognition settles, the episode does something genuinely beautiful. It lets them have a few hours together. Just that a few hours, in a house, being a mother and a son who have been separated for nearly 3 decades and are working out how to be those things to each other again. And then Mona tells him the truth about why she left. It starts in 1969. Mona Simpson was, by her own description, ordinary, a housewife, married to Abe, living in Springfield, with a son named Homer who was about 6 years old. The world outside their small domestic life was burning, the civil rights movement was reshaping American society, the anti-war protests were growing in size and intensity, the counterculture was offering a generation of Americans a set of values that fundamentally contested the ones they'd been raised with. Something in Mona responded to that. The show depicts her radicalization with characteristic absurdity. There are tie-dye shirts and peace signs, and the general aesthetic of 1960s activism rendered in Simpsons animation. But beneath the visual comedy is something the show takes seriously. Mona's cause was legitimate. She wasn't a naive idealist who stumbled into activism. She was a woman who saw something wrong and decided it was worth the cost of action. The wrong thing was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Sit with that for a moment. Burns didn't just own the nuclear power plant. He owned a facility designed to produce weaponized biological agents, germ warfare materials, pathogens engineered to cause harm at scale. located in or near Springfield, the same town where he would later build a nuclear reactor with 342 safety violations. Burns was manufacturing biological weapons in the same community where children were growing up and families were living their daily lives with no knowledge of what was being cooked up down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to destroy the biological agents stored inside the facility. The raid was successful. The germs were neutralized. The lab was compromised. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos, a person caught in the wrong place at the wrong moment. Mona stopped to help them up. The person she stopped to help was Burns. He saw her face. She had helped the man whose weapons she'd just destroyed, and he had looked at her, and he would never forget the face of the woman who had cost him something he valued. He reported her to the FBI, and from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact her family. She couldn't hold her son. She kissed Homer goodbye in his sleep. He was 6 years old and didn't know she was there, didn't feel the kiss, didn't see her go, and she disappeared into the night for 27 years. Abe told Homer his mother was dead. Homer grew up carrying the absence. When Mona returns to Springfield in season 7, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He spots her through a cab window in a city he happens to be in a vehicle she happens to be riding in, and contacts the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer watches his mother leave for the second time. This time he knows why she left. He knows who forced her out. He knows that the man who signed his paycheck every week, who never remembered his name, who runs the facility where Homer has spent his entire adult career, is the man responsible for the absence that shaped everything about him. Homer doesn't connect the dots. He doesn't confront Burns. He doesn't quit. He doesn't appear to fully metabolize the connection between the billionaire who employs him and the billionaire who destroyed his family. This is not played as stupidity exactly. It's played as something sadder and more specific. Homer's brain, the one with the crayon in it, the one degraded by decades of radiation exposure, the one that once briefly became capable of complex analytical thought and found the clarity so unbearable that he chose to give it up. Homer's brain can hold these facts without connecting them, can carry the knowledge of Burns's role in his family's destruction without being able to build the bridge between what happened and who to hold responsible for it. He knows. On some level, he knows. And he cannot act on what he knows because the parts of his mind that would allow him to act on it were compromised long before this revelation arrived. That's the conspiracy's deepest move. Burns didn't just destroy Mona's life and the family she left behind. By driving Mona away when Homer was 6, by creating the psychological wound that defined Homer's emotional landscape for decades, by ensuring that Homer grew up desperate for approval and terrified of abandonment, and incapable of imagining his life without the job that provided both, Burns engineered the perfect employee, a man who would work in a dangerous facility without complaining, who would fail at the safety job and not notice, who would absorb Burns's cruelty and his forgetfulness and his occasional contempt and respond not with resistance, but with renewed effort to earn the regard that was never going to come. Homer doesn't work at the nuclear plant because he's too simple to find better employment. Homer works at the nuclear plant because Burns broke something in him when he was 6 years old, and the broken part is the part that would have walked away. Later seasons of the show confirm another layer to this conspiracy that is, if anything, worse than what we've already established. Burns had committed a crime. At some point, the specifics are kept deliberately vague. Grandpa Simpson discovered evidence of it. Burns and Grandpa struck a deal. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would always have a job at the plant. No matter what. No matter how many violations occurred, no matter how many documented errors accumulated, 742 of them, by the show's own accounting, Homer would be employed. Protected, untouchable by the ordinary consequences that would have ended anyone else's career at that facility decades ago. Homer's job security isn't a cartoon convenience. It isn't Burns's forgetfulness or Grandpa's pull. It's a contractual obligation between Homer's father and his mother's persecutor, negotiated in secret, maintained without Homer's knowledge, and never explained to him because explaining it would require explaining everything else: the lab, the raid, the FBI, the 27 years, the grave that belonged to a poet, the 6-year-old boy who went to sleep with his mother alive. and woke up to find her gone. 3 generations of Simpsons, broken by a single man's grudge. Grandpa, who knew the truth and chose protection over honesty, and spent his life carrying the weight of that choice in the particular bitter, self-dramatizing way that only Abe Simpson can carry anything. Mona, who fought something genuinely worth fighting and lost everything she loved in the process, and spent 27 years close enough to watch her son grow up from a distance without ever being close enough to be his mother. Homer, who inherited the consequences of decisions that were made before he was old enough to understand them, who grew up believing he was unloved, who built his entire self on the rubble of an absence that was engineered rather than natural, and who never, not fully, not in any operationally meaningful way, understood the architecture of his own suffering. At the center of all of it, Burns, who never forgot the woman who destroyed his weapons lab and who spent decades ensuring that forgetting was the only luxury the Simpson family couldn't afford. Mona Simpson dies in a later season. The death scene is one of the show's most quietly devastating moments, a scene that does its work without fanfare or artificial heightening, without the swelling music or the dramatic setup that television normally deploys to signal to the audience that something important is happening. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew slip away from him for the last time. There's no joke, no cutaway gag, no reset. Just a man and the woman who left and came back and had to leave again and finally ran out of time to come back once more. The show is, fundamentally, a comedy. It has always been a comedy. The gags are real and many of them are extraordinary, and the show's best work has always had genuine wit and genuine joy in it. But underneath the jokes, underneath the gags and the animation and Homer falling down and getting back up, there is a story about a family that was systematically damaged by one man's power and one town's inability to resist it. Mona fought back. She lost her family. She spent her life in motion, maintaining a distance that was the price of her decision, watching from afar as her son became the person he became without her there to help him become it. Burns won. Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money and the resources and the 140-year head start writes the rules. The rules say Homer Simpson will work at the power plant until the day he can't anymore, because his grandfather made a deal, because his mother made a choice, because the richest man in town needed a broken man in Sector 7G, and Homer was broken before he ever clocked in. Let the weight of that settle gently. It doesn't have to be heavy right now. You can hold it loosely, the way you hold the saddest parts of stories that are also full of love. The Simpsons is full of love. Every episode, underneath everything, is full of the specific, messy, complicated love of a family that chooses each other over and over, especially when the choosing is hard. Mona loved Homer. She left because she had to, and she watched him from a distance because she couldn't stop. And she came back when she could and left when she had to again, and at the end she was there, holding his hand. The way mothers are supposed to be at the end, that's the story, that's all of it. The conspiracy and the radiation and the weapons lab and the FBI and the 27 stolen years, all of it is the frame around a story that is, at its center, about a woman who loved her son and a man who took that from them. Burns got everything he wanted. The Simpsons got each other. In Springfield, the second thing is quietly, stubbornly, more important than the first. End of Section 8. Section 9. The predictions, prophecy, pattern, or something stranger. Here's the thing about The Simpsons' reputation as a prophetic text. It arrived almost entirely after the fact. Nobody was watching the 1995 episode where Homer uses something resembling a smartwatch and saying, "That's going to be everywhere in 20 years." Nobody was watching the 2000 episode that referenced a Trump presidency and thinking, "We should mark this date." The show aired. The audience laughed at the jokes, which were jokes about current trends and cultural directions, designed to be funny in 1995 and 2000 rather than eerie in 2015 and 2025, and the episodes went into the archive. Then the future arrived and the internet found the clips. And what happens when 36 years of satirical observation about American culture gets filtered through the specific mechanics of social media engagement, where the interesting, the surprising, the counterintuitive, and the confirming all travel faster than the ordinary and the wrong and the unremarkable, is that you get a highlight reel. a curated selection of the moments from 788 episodes that lined up with subsequent events, presented without context. Without the 200 adjacent jokes that didn't come true. Without the thousands of specific predictions that went the other way. This is confirmation bias at extraordinary scale. But it's also not quite the full story. Let's go through the major ones, because even allowing for the statistical and cognitive mechanics that produce most of the phenomenon, some of the coincidences are specific enough and detailed enough to make you sit back and stare at the screen. The Trump presidency, first. In the year 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa becomes the first female president of the United States. Her predecessor in the Oval Office is identified as Donald Trump, presented as a joke about the absurd direction American celebrity culture was heading, the logical extreme of a system that had been treating fame and political legitimacy as interchangeable for decades. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. Al Jean and Bill Oakley, two of the show's longtime executive producers, have both addressed this prediction directly, and their explanations are worth quoting in spirit, if not in letter. The argument they make is essentially this. Trump had been publicly flirting with running for president since the late 1980s. His name had appeared in presidential speculation repeatedly for years before the episode was written. The writers didn't predict Trump's presidency. They observed a pattern that was already visible, the cultural elevation of celebrity, the drift toward entertainment and politics, and wrote the joke that followed logically from it. This is a reasonable explanation. It's probably correct. The episode was satirizing something real about American political culture, and the satire happened to be accurate. And yet, the episode showed Trump descending an escalator. When Trump announced his actual candidacy in June 2015, he descended an escalator at Trump Tower in one of the most watched announcement sequences in modern political history. The image became iconic immediately, and the show had that image or something functionally identical to it 15 years earlier. That's not a trend extrapolation. That's a specific visual detail that the episode got right in a way that feels like more than statistical probability. The Siegfried and Roy incident, 2003. The show, in an earlier episode, depicted a performer attacked by a white tiger during a live show, a comedic riff on exotic animal acts and their inherent unpredictability. In reality, Roy Horn of Siegfried and Roy was critically injured by a white tiger during a live Las Vegas performance. Not a bear, not a lion, not a leopard. A white tiger, the same species the show had specified. The Disney-Fox merger. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox as a gag about media consolidation, the comic inevitability of large corporations absorbing smaller ones. In 2019, Disney acquired 20th Century Fox in a deal worth $71 billion. The show depicted this 2 decades before it happened. The Higgs boson. In a 1998 episode, Homer attempts to develop a theory about physics that, when examined by a mathematician with relevant expertise, contains an equation that predicts the approximate mass of the Higgs boson particle. The Higgs boson wouldn't be experimentally confirmed until 2012 at the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, the pandemic episode. In 1993, a flu virus originating from Asia spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic, panic buying, and a frantic search for a treatment. The episode aired 27 years before COVID, 19. And during the chaos of that fictional outbreak, the townspeople accidentally release a swarm of killer bees, which echoed with uncomfortable precision when Asian giant hornets appeared in the United States in 2020, during the actual pandemic. Cypress Hill and the London Symphony Orchestra. In 1996, a throwaway joke had the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booking the London Symphony Orchestra for an appearance. In 2024, 28 years later, Cypress Hill performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. That's not a trend. That's not an extrapolation. That's a very specific collaboration between 2 very specific musical entities, and the show named it by accident a generation in advance. Now, here's the honest accounting. The show has also made thousands of predictions that never came true. Jokes about jetpacks that are still waiting for their moment. Predictions about political outcomes that went the other way. Satirical observations about cultural directions that the culture never took. Nobody shares those. Nobody builds a viral moment around the 1,994 Simpsons clip that predicted something that didn't happen. The internet's attention runs in one direction only toward the confirming, the surprising, and the pattern completing. The show is 788 episodes long. Each episode contains multiple jokes, multiple satirical observations, multiple extrapolations from current trends. The total number of specific predictions the show has made across its run is enormous. When you produce content at that volume, over that time period, and then filter it exclusively for accuracy, when you only record the hits and let the misses disappear, you will always produce a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. Producer Bill Oakley put it plainly. There are very few cases where the show predicted something. Most of it is coincidence, because the episodes are old enough that history tends to repeat the patterns they were commenting on. The dartboard explanation is legitimate. Throw enough darts and some of them hit the bullseye. But here's the more interesting question, and the one that the dartboard explanation doesn't quite close. What if the mechanism isn't prediction at all? What if it's something different, something more interesting than prophecy and more verifiable than coincidence? The Simpsons is one of the most consumed, most quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of American media in history. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have entered the American lexicon. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture and their own institutions. When The Simpsons makes a joke about a Trump presidency, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference. It becomes something that surfaces in conversations, that gets quoted at parties, that creates a subliminal familiarity with the idea, a sense that this outcome is something we've seen before, something we've already processed, something that fits into a story we've already been told. The joke doesn't predict the future. The joke makes the future feel familiar when it arrives. It primes the cultural imagination. It makes certain outcomes feel less like shocking breaks from the possible and more like inevitable punchlines. When a Simpsons joke becomes reality, the experience isn't surprise, it's recognition. We've seen this before. The show already did this. The story was already written. And here's the implication that deserves more attention than it gets. If the show shapes cultural expectations by depicting future events as inevitable jokes, and if those cultural expectations influence the behavior of the people who will eventually create those events, politicians, executives, engineers, performers making decisions about their careers, then the show isn't predicting the future. It's participating in producing it. This isn't a conspiracy theory. It's media theory applied to a specific and unusually powerful case. If a show that reaches tens of millions of viewers over 36 years consistently depicts certain outcomes as the obvious next step in a trajectory that's already in motion, and if the people who will eventually take those steps are among those tens of millions of viewers, then the show is not an observer of cultural trends. It's a participant. It's one of the forces shaping the expectations against which decisions get made. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has become Springfield. The nuclear power plant, the corrupt billionaire, the incompetent government, the population too exhausted by ordinary life to notice how badly they're being exploited, the endless cycle of catastrophe and reset. Springfield isn't a prediction of where America was heading. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was. The show just wrote it down first. And every time reality catches up to a Simpsons joke, every time a news headline lines up with a 20-year-old clip, the experience isn't evidence of supernatural foresight. It's evidence of how thoroughly a particular vision of American life has colonized the cultural imagination. The writers at The Simpsons have historically been among the most educated in the television industry, multiple Harvard and Yale graduates, people with backgrounds in mathematics and science and political theory and economics. These aren't people guessing at the future. They're intelligent, well-read observers of American society who spend their professional lives studying the trajectories of institutions, technologies, and human behavior, and then pushing those trajectories forward to their logical and usually comedic conclusions. They see where things are going. They're often right about where things are going. And because the show runs long enough, and because history does tend to repeat the patterns that human institutions reliably produce, the things they were right about eventually arrive. The rest get forgotten. The highlight reel remains. There's one more thing worth noting about the Simpsons predictions phenomenon before we leave it. Even knowing exactly how the trick works, even understanding the confirmation bias and the volume production and the cultural feedback loop, it's still impressive to watch. 788 episodes of pointed observation about American life, produced by smart people over 36 years, creating a body of work large enough and specific enough that it contains, somewhere in its archive, a version of almost every major event that has happened in American life since 1989. Not because the writers were prophets, because they were paying attention when most people weren't. Because they were asking where things were heading when most people were focused on where things were. Because they were turning the most uncomfortable truths about American society into jokes, and jokes have a way of outlasting the seriousness they were made from. The Simpsons wrote so many possible futures that some of them were bound to come true, and the ones that came true are the only ones anyone remembers. That's how it always works. That's how it'll always work. And the next time you see a 30-year-old clip lined up perfectly with a current headline, even knowing everything we just worked through, even with all the statistical and cognitive mechanics laid out clearly, it'll still make you pause for a moment. It'll still make you wonder, just slightly, whether the writers of a cartoon sitcom from 1989 know something that nobody's supposed to know. They don't, but they were watching. And watching carefully for long enough is its own kind of seeing. End of Section 9. Section 10. Springfield's location, a town that refuses to exist. Springfield is the most famous fictional city in American history. More Americans can name Springfield's nuclear power plant, Springfield's elementary school, and Springfield's principal than can name the capital cities of half the states in the actual country. More people have mental maps of the corner of Elm Street and Main Street in Springfield, or wherever exactly the Simpson house sits in whatever neighborhood it occupies, than have accurate mental maps of their own cities. Layout. It is a place that exists more fully in the American imagination than most places that are actually on maps. And nobody knows where it is. Not approximately. Not with a leading theory and a few credible contenders. Nobody knows. The show has spent 36 years systematically making it impossible to know, not through simple vagueness, but through active, deliberate, sustained contradiction of every clue it drops. Every episode that gives you a piece of evidence that seems to narrow the location down is followed, sooner or later, by an episode that contradicts it entirely. Springfield has oceanfront property and is also inland. It is in the north and also in the south. It has mountains nearby and is also flat. It borders Ohio, it borders Nevada, it borders Maine. It borders Kentucky, in different episodes, as though the state lines are suggestions rather than geographic facts. Its weather swings between blizzard conditions and tropical heat within the span of a single season. It has a harbor, it has a gorge. It has a desert and a forest, and active volcanic activity within reasonable driving distance. No real American city has this combination of geographic features. No real American geography permits this combination of adjacent characteristics. Springfield exists in a space where normal geographic constraints simply don't apply. Matt Groening, the show's creator, has addressed the Springfield location question directly. In a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine, he confirmed that he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up. He said he chose the name Springfield, partly because of that personal connection, and partly because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America. There are Springfields in nearly every state, which meant the fictional Springfield could plausibly be anywhere, could feel locally familiar to any viewer, regardless of their actual location. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery was solved. Springfield was in Oregon. People who'd been speculating for 2 decades had their answer, except the show didn't honor it. Episodes continued to air after Groening's disclosure that placed Springfield in geographic contexts inconsistent with Oregon's climate, landscape, and location. The writers didn't adjust the show to fit the creator's confession. They kept contradicting it. They kept the mystery alive. Because, and this is the important insight, the mystery was always the point. A Springfield with a confirmed state has a confirmed regulatory authority. A confirmed state means a specific set of laws applying to the facility on the hill. A confirmed state means a specific EPA office with jurisdiction over the water contamination. A confirmed state means that when the state's initials appear on a document in an episode NT, which is not an abbreviation of any real American state, someone can check the records and see what they should say instead. A Springfield with no confirmed state has none of these vulnerabilities. The show understood this, consciously or not, from very early in its run. Springfield's geographic impossibility isn't a design flaw or a continuity error that accumulated over time. It's a feature that was built in from the beginning and has been actively maintained ever since. The show would be something different, something more manageable and less universal if Springfield had a zip code. Let's look at what the floating geography does for each of the major theories. Under the contamination theory, Springfield's geographic impossibility is itself a symptom of mutation. If the radiation from the nuclear plant has been altering biology, altering psychology, altering the physical appearance and cognitive function of an entire population, why should physical space be exempt? Why should mountains and oceans and deserts observe the normal rules of geographic separation when the people who live in Springfield don't observe the normal rules of human biology? Maybe Springfield has both coastline and mountain terrain because the contamination doesn't stop at biology. Maybe it extends outward, warping the physical landscape the way it warps the physical appearance of the people living in it, compressing features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single incoherent region. The space around the plant bent in ways that mirrors the space inside the people. This is not a subtle reading, but Springfield is not a subtle place. Under the coma theory, the floating geography is the most naturally explained mystery of all. Homer's dreaming brain doesn't have a precise cartographic map of America. It has impressions. Accumulated sensory fragments from a lifetime of experience and observation, the coastline from a vacation, the mountains from a drive, the plains from a childhood road trip, the forest from a television commercial, the desert from a movie. The unconscious mind assembled Springfield from these fragments without reference to geographic consistency, because dreams don't observe geographic consistency. Dreams have emotional logic. They have the logic of feeling and association, and the particular way memories connect to each other through sensation rather than through fact. Springfield feels like America because Homer's memory of America is diffuse and personal, and held together by longing rather than by cartography. The place is wherever Homer needs it to be. And Homer needs it to be everywhere he's ever felt safe or happy or like himself, which means it contains coastlines and mountains and deserts and forests simultaneously, because each of those landscapes carries a fragment of something that mattered to him once. Under the principle and the pauper theory, Springfield's refusal to have a fixed location is the town's ultimate expression of its commitment to collective denial. You cannot hold an institution accountable if you cannot identify which jurisdiction it operates in. You cannot bring a federal investigation to a facility if its address keeps changing. You cannot force regulatory compliance on a nuclear plant if the regulatory authority keeps shifting. Springfield floats between states because landing means accountability, and accountability means someone shows up with a badge and a mandate and starts asking questions about the cracked cooling towers and the three-eyed fish and the skeletons in the basement. Landing is dangerous, so Springfield doesn't land. There's an episode Behind the Laughter, the show's 12th season mockumentary, where the family's geographic location is finally revealed, definitively, on screen, in text, as a documentary fact presented in the style of serious television journalism. In the original broadcast, Springfield is identified as being in northern Kentucky. In syndicated reruns, the location was changed to a different state. The answer literally depends on which version of the episode you're watching. The show gave you a definitive answer and then changed the answer, so that depending on where and when and in what format you encounter the episode, you receive a different piece of information about one of the show's longest-running mysteries. Even when Springfield has an address, the address isn't stable. Every state in America has been theorized as Springfield's home at some point. Every theory has supporting evidence. Every theory has contradicting evidence. The show has created a state of permanent ambiguity that it has maintained across 788 episodes, 17 administrations, and the entire evolution of the internet from a research tool to the primary arena of human cultural life. And here's the conclusion the show won't say out loud. Springfield will never be located. Not because the writers can't decide, but because the writers decided long ago that an unlocatable Springfield is more valuable than a placed one. A Springfield that could be anywhere is a Springfield that belongs to everyone. A Springfield that belongs to everyone cannot be shut down, cannot be regulated out of existence, cannot be held to account by any single authority because no single authority has jurisdiction. And a Springfield that can't be shut down keeps the story running forever, which is, ultimately, the whole point. Let your thoughts drift for a moment. Somewhere on the map, on every map, simultaneously there is a town with a nuclear power plant and a yellow-skinned family and a river where the fish have 3 eyes. It's in Ohio. It's in Oregon. It's in Nevada. It's in Kentucky. It's in all of them, and none of them, existing in the particular space that only fictional places can occupy the space where geography stops being a constraint and becomes something more like a feeling. Springfield feels like where you're from. That's the whole trick. That's the show's most accomplished bit of invisible craft. It's made a town that doesn't exist feel like the place you grew up, regardless of where you actually grew up. And because you can't locate it precisely, because you can't pin it down and say, there, that's where it is, it stays alive in the imagination in the way that only unfixed things can. The next section brings us to some of Springfield's quieter mysteries, the ones that don't involve radioactive contamination or coma dreams or a billionaire's century-long survival, but that are strange and moving in their own way. A man who keeps dying and keeps coming back, a neighbor who does everything right and suffers for it, 2 characters whose presence at the edges of the Springfield story tell you more about the show's thesis than almost anything at its center. Let's go to them quietly. End of Section 10. Section 11. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the Hidden Tragedies. If you've spent any amount of time watching The Simpsons, you know Hans Moleman. You might not know his name, you might not be able to describe him in detail, but you've seen him. The tiny, elderly, nearly blind man who moves through the background of Springfield scenes with the unhurried dignity of someone who has long since made his peace with the world and now simply occupies whatever corner of it he finds himself in. And then he dies. He gets hit by cars, he gets crushed by falling objects. He gets buried alive more than once, and on at least one occasion while still breathing, though the show declines to follow up on the implications of this. Animals eat him. He walks into traffic. He is struck by lightning with a frequency that suggests either extraordinary meteorological misfortune or that lightning has specifically identified him as a preferred target. He is incinerated. He disappears under wheels and debris and the various heavy objects that Springfield's unusually active accident ecosystem produces on a regular basis. By conservative estimate, Hans Moleman is the most frequently killed named character in the history of American animation. The show has killed him dozens of times in regular canonical episodes, not in the special Halloween episodes where the rules are suspended, not in dream sequences, but in the standard, continuity-respecting storyline of the main series. And then he comes back, without explanation, without resurrection scene, without anyone acknowledging that 2 episodes ago this man was definitively dead. He just shows up, ready to occupy whatever background he's needed for, ready to be killed again when the scene requires it. Most fans categorize this as a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It's funny. The repetition is the point. The sheer persistence of his misfortune and the show's cheerful refusal to let it stick is its own kind of joke. But the contamination theory has a specific answer for Moleman that makes his endless death cycle into something stranger and more interesting. If the radiation from Springfield's nuclear plant has been altering the biology of every long-term resident of the town, if the mutations it causes are not uniform but vary based on individual biology, on the specific way a given organism's cells respond to sustained radiation exposure, then Moleman might represent the most extreme expression of mutation that Springfield has produced. Not intelligence supercharged like Maggie's. Not healing capacity increased like Homer's. Something more fundamental, something at the cellular level that makes death, for Moleman, a temporary state rather than a permanent one. His body reconstitutes, his biology resets. He dies, and then something in whatever the radiation has done to his cellular structure restores him, the way a corrupted file on a computer can sometimes be restored from a backup that exists at a level beneath the visible damage. He's not surviving injuries the way Homer survives injuries. Homer endures. Moleman actually dies, fully and genuinely, and then comes back not because the narrative needs him to, not because of plot immunity, but because whatever Springfield's contamination has done to him at the biological level has made death into a revolving door, rather than a terminal destination. Under the coma theory, Molman's function is different and in its own way more disturbing. He's a background process in Homer's dream, a minor character that Homer's unconscious mind doesn't care enough about to maintain consistently. His deaths aren't narrative events, they're the dream's equivalent of a dropped thread. The dreaming brain occasionally allows Molman to lapse out of existence, and then recreates him when the next scene needs someone in the background of that particular corner of Springfield. Molman isn't a person in this reading. He's furniture. He's the dream's way of populating space that would otherwise feel empty. And the reason nobody in Springfield notices his repeated deaths and resurrections is that nobody in Homer's dream is paying enough attention to the background characters to notice when they disappear and reappear. Under the collective denial theory, Molman's death cycle is simply the most extreme example of something Springfield has always done. The town has agreed not to notice things that would require action or investigation if noticed. A man dying in public repeatedly, visibly, in front of witnesses, with the kind of theatrical finality that should generate emergency response, is just one more piece of Springfield's reality that falls into the category of things the social contract says not to pursue. Three-eyed fish, a principal who isn't who he says he is, a billionaire who glows in the dark, a baby who shot a man, a tiny old man who dies every few weeks and keeps showing up for more. Springfield has normalized all of it with the same casual efficiency. There's one more Molman detail that deserves its own quiet moment. In one episode, Molman states his age, 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. He has the physiology of a very elderly man, the cataracts that reduce his functional vision to almost nothing, the body that suggests a long and difficult history in it, the posture of someone whose relationship with the vertical has become increasingly negotiable. He is 31 years old. If this is true and there's no particular reason within the show's universe to believe Molman is lying about his own age, then something aged him catastrophically. Something took a man in the early prime of his adult life and transformed him into a person who appears to be 60 years older than he is. Something that also, apparently, made his biology capable of surviving or recovering from fatal trauma in ways that no 31-year-old human body should be capable of managing. The contamination theory has an answer. The coma theory has an answer. The collective denial theory notes that nobody in Springfield has thought to ask the question. The only framework that doesn't have an answer for Molman is the one that says The Simpsons is just a cartoon and none of this requires explanation. And that framework becomes progressively harder to sustain the longer you spend in Springfield, the more carefully you look, and the more consistently the show rewards the looking. Now, Ned Flanders. We need to talk about Ned, because Ned is the character the show has been destroying most thoroughly for 36 years, while allowing him to maintain the appearance of someone who has everything together. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson is not. He's kind, he's generous. He's devoutly religious, genuinely, committedly, not performatively, but with the specific depth of someone for whom faith is the organizing principle of a life rather than a Sunday habit. He's physically fit, the result of consistent effort and attention to his body. He's financially responsible, the owner of a successful business. He's a devoted father to Todd and Rod. He's a reliable neighbor to everyone on Evergreen Terrace, the kind of neighbor who appears in emergencies with tools and food and help before you've finished formulating the request. He is, by any objective evaluation, a better person than Homer. Better than Homer in almost every category that can be measured. More disciplined, more generous, more patient, more competent, more present as a parent, more reliable as a friend. And the show punishes him relentlessly for it. His wife Maude was killed at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired during a stadium event. The details of this are worth sitting with. Homer was in the bleachers. The t-shirts being fired into the crowd were meant to land on Homer, who was dodging them. Because Homer was avoiding the t-shirts, they flew past him and struck Maude instead, sending her off the bleachers with a force that proved fatal. Homer's selfishness, the specific, personalized, reflexive selfishness of a man who will duck out of the way of a flying t-shirt without considering who might be standing behind him, directly killed Ned Flanders' wife. And Ned forgave him, because that's what Ned does. He absorbs every punishment the world delivers to him and responds with forgiveness and grace and an unwavering faith that God's plan accommodates what just happened, that there is a coherent purpose to the chaos of his suffering. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house, leaving the Simpson house beside it, completely intact, Springfield rallies to rebuild. The community comes together in the kind of collective action that feels genuinely moving when it's happening. They work through the night. They finish the house. They step back to reveal the result to Ned. The house collapses immediately. It collapses because the volunteers built it badly with good intentions and no particular skill and a cheerful collective disregard for whether the structure was actually sound. The gesture was sincere. The house was not habitable, and Ned, looking at the rubble of his rebuilt home, experiences a breakdown that has been building since the show began. He screams. He insults everyone who has ever wronged him, with a specificity and an accuracy that reveals how carefully he has been cataloging every slight, every failure, every casual cruelty that he was supposed to have forgiven and processed and released. The words come out of him with the velocity of things that have been compressed for decades, and then he is committed to a mental health facility, where the episode delivers its most important revelation. Ned's relentless niceness isn't natural. It's the product of intensive childhood behavioral modification. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, gentle, permissive, beatnik parents who didn't believe in discipline, couldn't manage him and took him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist spent years conditioning the aggression out of Ned through an approach the show describes with obvious exaggeration but real thematic weight. The rage was suppressed, repeatedly and thoroughly, until it went underground. Until the adult Ned that emerged from that process was incapable of expressing anger regardless of what provoked it. His kindness isn't a character trait, it's a psychological cage. His patience with Homer isn't saintly forbearance, it's the programmed response of a man whose brain was rewired, as a child, to suppress the emotional reaction that Homer reliably produces. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death isn't an act of grace. It's the only response his psychology is capable of generating, regardless of what grace would actually require in that moment. His faith isn't spiritual conviction. It's the framework that a man whose emotions have been systematically suppressed reaches for when he needs a language for why everything is okay, why the suffering makes sense, why the forgiveness is warranted. Because without that framework, the alternative is allowing himself to feel what's actually there. And what's actually there is the feral child that the psychiatrist buried 60 years ago, still present, still waiting. Here's the piece that makes Ned's story the most quietly devastating thing in the show. God talks to Homer. This is not metaphorical or symbolic within the show's universe. Homer has spoken with God directly, on multiple occasions, in conversations with a genuine back and forth. God has appeared to Homer in dreams and visions. God has given Homer specific information, has engaged with Homer's specific questions, has treated Homer with the patient, slightly exasperated warmth of a divine being who finds this particular human endearing despite everything. God has never spoken to Ned Flanders, the most devout man in Springfield, the man who has organized his entire life around his faith, who goes to church every Sunday, who prays with genuine belief, who has maintained his commitment to God through the loss of his wife and the destruction of his house and 36 years of being Homer's neighbor. That man has never received a direct communication. The drunk who falls asleep during services gets divine conversation. The man who devoted his life to listening gets silence. This isn't random cruelty on the show's part. It's a thesis statement. It's the show telling you, through the specific contrast between Homer's casual divine access and Ned's lifelong unanswered prayer, that the system doesn't reward righteousness. That faith is not answered with presents. That goodness, in Springfield, is not a currency that purchases anything the system is designed to distribute. What the system rewards is compliance. And Ned is the most compliant man in town, because he was made that way before he was old enough to choose otherwise. He does everything right. He gets nothing in return. And the man who does everything wrong, who sleeps through church, who lies, who neglects, who fails, gets God in his dreams and a family that loves him and a job that can't be taken away. Ned Flanders is what happens when you live correctly in a system that isn't calibrated to recognize correctness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you live incorrectly in a system that isn't calibrated to recognize that either. They have been neighbors for 36 years. The gap between them, the gap between the man who tries and the man who doesn't, between the man who suffers quietly and the man who suffers loudly and gets help, between the man whose rage is suppressed to the point of pathology and the man whose every feeling is expressed immediately and without filter, that gap has never closed. Because in Springfield, the gap doesn't close. The system isn't designed to close it. The system is designed to keep everyone exactly where they are, in the roles they were assigned, in the loop that started in 1989 and hasn't broken yet. Homer at the plant, Ned at the church, Burns at the top, Molman in the ground. Maggie in the corner, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting. That's Springfield. In its entirety, that's the show. Every mystery, every buried storyline, every contradiction and impossible event and casual miracle, it all exists within a system that holds everything in place. A system powered by radiation and denial and wealth, and the specific kind of love that keeps people in difficult situations because the alternative to the difficulty is losing what they love. Homer keeps working at the plant because the plant is where Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie are waiting for him at the end of the day. Ned keeps forgiving because forgiveness is the only thing he was left with after the psychiatrist finished. Burns keeps running the plant because the plant is the mechanism through which his survival is funded and guaranteed. And the audience keeps watching because Springfield is where we go when we need to be somewhere familiar. When we need to be in a place where the same family comes home to the same house every week and sits on the same couch and the credits roll and everything is fine, or fine enough, or fine for now. Let your eyes close all the way if they aren't already. Let the image of Springfield settle in your mind. The yellow house on Evergreen Terrace, the porch light on, the power plant on the hill, the river catching the last light of a Sunday evening. The kids are inside, the television is on. Homer is on the couch in the specific posture of a man who has worked all day and earned his rest. Everything is as it was. Everything is as it always will be. The Simpsons will be there next Sunday. And the Sunday after, and 36 years from now, if the loop holds, Bart will still be 10 and Lisa will still be 8 and Maggie will still be watching from the corner with those patient, evaluating eyes. We pressed pause in 1989. We're still pressing it. And maybe that's okay. Maybe the things worth preserving are worth the cost of preserving them. Maybe a family that loves each other, messily and incompletely and with all the imperfect effort that love in real life requires, is worth holding in amber, worth returning to, worth spending a Sunday evening with, and then a Monday, and then 36 years of Mondays, watching the same opening sequence and feeling the same small warmth of recognition that says, this is somewhere I've been before. This is somewhere I know. You know Springfield. You've always known Springfield, and Springfield knows you. End of section 11. Final section. The loop and the love bringing it all together. We've been in Springfield for a while now. We've followed the contamination downstream from the nuclear plant through the bodies of every resident. We've sat beside Homer's hospital bed in 1993 and watched the dream begin. We've reopened the Burns shooting case and found it no more closed than it was 30 years ago. We've traced Burns's extraordinary lifespan back through a century of treatments and management and the engineering of his own survival. We've watched Springfield vote to exile its own truth. We've sat with Maggie in her silence and understood what the silence is for. We've followed Mona Simpson's trail from a weapons lab in 1969 to a grave in a Springfield cemetery and found the wreckage that one man's grudge spread across 3 generations. We've looked at the predictions and found them to be less prophecy than a specific kind of careful looking. We've searched for Springfield on the map and found it everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. We've stood beside Hans Molman in the infinite comedy of his deaths and beside Ned Flanders in the quiet devastation of a life lived correctly in a system that won't acknowledge it. All of these things are different. They use different evidence, different logic, different assumptions about what the show is and what it's trying to say. The contamination theory is materialist, grounded in observable physical effects and institutional patterns. The coma theory is subjective and personal, rooted in the psychology of one man's sleeping mind. The collective denial theory is sociological. It's about how communities manage inconvenient reality and what they sacrifice to maintain the fictions they need. The Burns immortality theory is about wealth as a force that accumulates enough power to restructure the rules of biology. Every theory is different. Every theory arrives at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental. Something structural. something that goes deeper than animation style or episodic storytelling or the casual shortcuts of television production. Whether it's radiation or dreams or denial or a century of accumulated institutional corruption, something has broken the rules of normal existence in this town. And the show has been showing us the evidence of this, one episode at a time, since the first season. Not through dramatic reveals, not through exposition or confession or the kind of narrative clarity that mystery stories usually provide. Through accumulation, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail until the picture becomes undeniable for anyone willing to sit still long enough to look at it. Here's the thing about Springfield that the theories, taken together, illuminate. Springfield is a place built on love. Not the love of a community for itself, though, that's in there too, in the way Springfielders will always show up for each other in a crisis, even if the house they build collapses immediately afterward. Not the love of a creative team for their creation, though, that's also present, in the craft and care that the show's best episodes demonstrate. The love at the center of Springfield is the love of a family for each other. Homer loves Marge with a fervor that exceeds his capacity to articulate or demonstrate it in any consistent way. He loves her in the unreliable, persistent, stumbling manner of a man who knows he's lucky beyond his deserts and is terrified that she might one day figure out the same thing and make different decisions. He loves her with the panic of someone who has never been entirely certain he deserves to be loved back, because the thing that should have taught him he was worth loving, his mother's presence in his childhood, was taken from him at 6 years old by a grudge he never knew existed. Marge loves Homer with a patience that is either saintly or pathological or both, depending on which episode you're watching and what question you're asking. She loves him with the particular love of someone who sees exactly what she's working with and has chosen it anyway every day for 36 years. The choosing doesn't get easier or more automatic. It remains a choice, made fresh, because Marge is a woman who understands that love is an active thing. They love their children. Bart and his pranks and his hidden sensitivity, and the specific way he softens when the family is in real danger. Lisa and her saxophone and her causes, and her loneliness, and her refusal to stop caring about a world that hasn't figured out what to do with her caring. Maggie and her silence, watching everything, capable of everything, not yet showing all of it. If the coma theory is true, if Homer has been dreaming since 1993, then this love is the dream's entire reason for existing. It's not an incidental feature of the simulation. It's what the simulation is for. Homer built an entire world in his sleeping mind for one purpose, to keep this family together. To keep it exactly as it was on the day he went under, in the specific amber of the last memory he has of all of them. He didn't dream up Springfield's geography or Burns's immortality or Ned Flanders' suffering or Hans Molleman's death cycle because those things are what he wanted. He dreamed them up because a dream needs a world, and the world needed to be recognizable, and recognizable meant all the strange and broken things that Springfield contains. He dreamed the contamination and the corruption and the collective denial because those things were true about Springfield when he was awake, and a realistic dream has to carry the truth of its source material. But the family at the center of all of it, the family is the thing he was dreaming about. Everything else is set dressing. There's a question that lingers underneath all the theories, underneath all the evidence and analysis and interpretive frameworks we've spent the last few hours moving through. It's the simplest question in the world, and in some ways it's the most revealing one. Why can't we let them go? The Simpsons has been on the air for 36 years. Many people who watch it now weren't alive when it started. The show has, by any conventional measure, been in decline for 20 of those years. The consensus golden age ended somewhere in the mid to late 1990s, and the subsequent decades of episodes have been received with diminishing enthusiasm by the same critics and fans who elevated the early seasons to near-canonical status. And yet the show continues. And yet people still tune in. And yet when a clip from 1,992 surfaces online, it spreads with the ease of something that still resonates rather than something that has been replaced. Why? Part of the answer is the one we've already examined, the predictions phenomenon, the cultural feedback loop, the way the show has become embedded in the language and reference system of American life so thoroughly that engaging with it feels like engaging with something essential rather than optional. But the deeper answer is something more personal. The Simpsons is the American family. Not a representation of it, not a satirical commentary on it, the family itself. The specific combination of dysfunction and love and effort and failure and trying again that Americans recognize as the texture of their own domestic lives. Homer is your father, or a version of your father, or the version of yourself you're afraid of becoming, or the version of yourself you secretly miss, the one that was simpler, that wanted simpler things, that found satisfaction in a beer and a couch, and the company of people who needed him. Marge is the foundation that everything else rests on. The patience and the worry and the specific, invisible labor of keeping a household alive, not just functionally alive, but emotionally alive. Warm and humane and a place where people can fail safely and recover and try again. Bart is who you wanted to be when you were 10. The kid who could get away with things, who was creative in his rule-breaking, who charmed his way through consequences that should have stuck. Lisa is who you should have been, who you still might become, if you stop letting the room tell you it doesn't want to hear what you have to say. And Maggie is who you keep secret. The part of yourself that watches and processes and understands more than you show, that waits for the right moment, that is, you suspect, on quiet evenings more capable than you've ever publicly admitted to anyone. The Simpsons doesn't reflect American life. The Simpsons is the story Americans tell about themselves in the specific register of something that's too true to be entirely comfortable and too funny to be entirely devastating. We pressed pause in 1989. We've been holding the pause button for 36 years because pressing play means accepting what play always delivers. Time moving, children aging, endings arriving, the particular empty quality of an evergreen terrace where the kids have grown up and moved away and the couch is just a couch. The theories about Springfield, all of them, in every form, from the contamination to the coma to the collective denial, are ultimately about the same thing. They're about the desire to hold something still, to preserve something that would change if you let it move, to keep the family in amber because amber is better than loss. The radiation theory holds time still by destroying the mechanism of aging. The coma theory holds time still by putting the dreamer in a state where time can only be imagined rather than experienced. The collective denial theory holds time still by making it socially mandatory to believe that nothing has changed. Burns's immortality holds time still for the one man who has the resources to make it stick. All of them are trying to do what we're trying to do when we press play. On a Simpsons episode we've seen 20 times. We're trying to go home to a place that doesn't require anything of us, that will receive us exactly as we are, that was there before we arrived, and will be there after we leave. Springfield is waiting. It's always waiting. The porch light on Evergreen Terrace has been on since 1989, and it hasn't gone off yet. Homer is on the couch, Marge is in the kitchen, Bart is somewhere he's not supposed to be. Lisa is playing something beautiful and quiet in her room. Maggie is watching from the doorway, patient as gravity, carrying the secret of what she is and what she'll do with it. The nuclear plant hums on the hill. The river runs three-eyed past the playground. The truth sits in a railroad car somewhere outside the city limits, exiled from its own home, waiting for someone to go back and get it. Nobody will. In Springfield, nobody ever does. And isn't that, in the end, the most human thing about the place? The capacity to live next to the truth without confronting it, to love people imperfectly and insistently, to choose the comfortable fiction over the uncomfortable fact, because the comfortable fiction is where your family is. Springfield isn't a cartoon town. Springfield is the place inside everyone, where the things we're not ready to deal with live alongside the things we love most, humming together in the particular frequency of a life that is happening right now, that has always been happening, that the credits will never quite resolve. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. The lights are still on, the couch is still there, Bart is still 10 years old. And wherever you are right now, whatever time it is, whatever brought you to this particular evening and this particular long wander through the most familiar, strange place in American television history, you can rest now. The mystery will be here when you wake up. It's always here. Springfield doesn't go anywhere. Neither do the people in it. And neither, when it comes to it, do we. Sleep well. We'll be back on the couch when you're ready. End of script. Expanded Section 2. Continuation. Insert after he's powered by it. In Section 2, let's dwell on the Springfield Files revelation a little longer, because it's doing something remarkable that the show's own audience walked right past. When Homer sees the glowing figure in the woods, he describes what he witnessed with genuine conviction. He's certain he saw something real. He goes to the press. He goes to the FBI. He draws attention from federal investigators who take him seriously enough to send actual agents Mulder and Scully, the show's playful invocation of the X-Files mythology, to investigate the claim. And here's what's interesting about how the town responds to Homer's claim. They don't dismiss it. They don't laugh at Homer for thinking he saw something supernatural. They engage with the possibility completely. They hold public viewings in the woods. They organize watching parties. They camp out to catch a glimpse of the creature. Springfield gets genuinely excited about the prospect of an alien visitation. The bar for extraordinary belief in this town is very low, and the bar for ordinary explanation is very high. When the reveal comes, when the glowing figure is identified as Burns, returning from his weekly medical treatment, saturated enough with radiation that he emits visible light, the town laughs. They accept this explanation and move on. But nobody follows the explanation to its logical conclusion. Nobody says, wait, if Burns is so full of radiation that he glows in the dark after his treatments, and if those treatments are themselves based on radiation exposure, and if Burns has been in close proximity to radiation for his entire century plus of life, what does that mean for everyone else who has spent their lives near him and his facility? Nobody asks the second question. They get the answer to the first question, the glowing figure is Burns, and they treat the mystery as solved and go home. The second question, the more important one, dies unasked. This is Springfield's pattern. It finds answers and mistakes them for solutions. It closes the surface of a mystery, while the depth of it remains completely unexplored. And the depth is always the same depth. What is the plant doing to this town? The structural economics of Burns's arrangement with Springfield are worth spending time on because they reveal something important about how the contamination theory operates as a political reality rather than just a physical one. Burns owns the plant. The plant generates electricity. Springfield depends entirely on that electricity for everything, for heating homes in winter, for running schools and hospitals and businesses, for the basic infrastructure of modern life. Without the plant, the town goes dark. Without the town's electrical supply, the town's economy collapses. Without the economy, the community ceases to function. This isn't a theoretical vulnerability. It's one that Burns has demonstrated he's willing to exploit. The sun-blocking device, the machine he built to block Springfield's solar access and force the town to purchase electricity exclusively from his plant, was the most extreme expression of this vulnerability that the show has depicted, but it's continuous with everything else Burns has done. His entire relationship to Springfield is one of managed dependency. He creates the conditions for the town's need and then supplies the solution to that need at whatever price he chooses. In this context, the radiation contamination theory gains a political dimension that the purely biological reading misses. If the plant is poisoning Springfield, and if the poison is damaging the cognitive capacity of the population, then the contamination isn't just a side effect of bad industrial practices. It's a mechanism of control. A population whose critical thinking has been compromised by chronic neurological damage is a population that is less capable of organizing resistance to the conditions of its own exploitation. This doesn't require Burns to have intended it this way from the beginning. It doesn't require a conspiracy in the explicit sense. Burns, sitting in his office at age 40 in 1880 or whenever the plant was first established, planning a century-long campaign of neurological suppression. It only requires that the contamination happened and that its effects were convenient for Burns, and that Burns, who is intelligent enough and long-lived enough to have noticed the effects, chose not to remediate them. Which is exactly what the show tells us he did when the $56 million remediation estimate arrived and he refused to pay it. The contamination is doing work for Burns. It has been doing work for Burns for decades. Whether he designed it to or not, it has become part of the mechanism of his control over Springfield, and Burns is too intelligent and too strategic to fail to recognize and preserve a tool that useful. There's one more element of the contamination theory that rarely gets the attention it deserves. The plant's relationship to Springfield's specific pattern of civic forgetting. We've noted that Springfield resets after catastrophic events. The town is destroyed and rebuilt. Environmental disasters occur and are not remembered. Institutional failures happen and are not processed into lasting institutional change. The dome descends and the dome is removed, and nobody holds the event as a defining civic trauma. Everything that should be remembered is forgotten. And the process of forgetting is so thorough that it produces not just the absence of memory, but the absence of awareness that there is something to remember. This pattern is usually discussed in terms of narrative convenience, the episodic structure of American television, the production reality of a show where every episode needs to function as a self-contained story, the creative decision not to burden each new episode with the accumulated weight of every previous one. But the contamination theory offers a different reading. Memory formation is a neurological process. The ability to consolidate short-term experiences into long-term accessible memories is a specific cognitive function that depends on the healthy operation of specific brain structures. Chronic neurological damage, the kind that a lifetime of low-level radiation exposure in a town with a notoriously unsafe nuclear plant might produce, would affect exactly these structures. It would compromise precisely the capacity that would allow Springfield's residents to carry their collective history forward from one episode to the next. Springfield doesn't forget because the show is episodic. Springfield forgets because its residents can't remember. And they can't remember because the plant has been doing what nuclear contamination does to neural tissue for decades, in everyone, steadily and without announcement, in the water they drink, in the air they breathe, and the soil their children play in. The reset button isn't a storytelling shortcut. It's a symptom. End Section 2, Expansion. Expanded Section 3, Continuation. Insert after the dreamer got weaker in Section 3. Let's think about the specific texture of the post, 1993 episodes, because the coma theory makes a specific prediction about what you'd expect to find in a dream generated by a deteriorating brain, and the prediction matches the evidence with uncomfortable accuracy. A healthy mind, dreaming, tends to produce coherent narrative. The dreams that healthy sleepers report are structured. They have beginning, middle, and end. They follow a kind of internal logic. The characters in them behave in ways that are consistent with who they are. The dreamer might recognize, on waking, that the logic was dream logic rather than waking logic, but within the dream, it holds. A mind that is deteriorating through injury, through illness, through progressive neurological damage, produces dreams that are different in specific ways. They become more fragmented. They lose the internal logic that holds narrative together. Characters do things that are wildly inconsistent with their established personalities. The setting shifts without explanation. Events occur that have no relationship to cause and effect. The impossible becomes normal because the dreaming mind no longer has the processing capacity to flag it as impossible. Map this against the post-coma seasons of The Simpsons. The early seasons, before season 4, are narratively coherent. They have consistent internal logic. Characters behave in ways that reflect their established personalities. The situations are implausible in the way cartoon sitcoms are always implausible, but they follow a consistent set of internal rules. The world of the show has a settled, stable quality. The post-coma seasons, particularly as the show moves into what's commonly called its decline period, are different. Characters do things that are inconsistent with everything established about them in earlier seasons. Plots rely on coincidences and sudden reversals that don't follow from prior events. The tone shifts episode to episode with a casualness that suggests the connective tissue between one week and the next has been lost. Episodes that should have lasting consequences don't. The world of the show has an unsettled, improvised quality that suggests it's being constructed on the fly rather than drawn from a stable source. The coma theory says, this is what happens when the source is a brain that keeps losing 5%. The narrative coherence of the show is a function of Homer's neurological coherence. As Homer's brain sustains more damage as the weeks of coma extend into months and years, as the cellular deterioration that coma produces compounds over time, the dream it generates becomes progressively less coherent, more fantastical, more subject to sudden, unexplained shifts, more willing to ignore the rules it established for itself. The fans who debate the tonal shift, who ask when the show went wrong, what happened to the writers, why the plotting got looser and the characterization got less consistent, are noticing something real. The show did change. Something happened. The coma theory just proposes a different explanation for what that something was. There's a moment in Season 12, the episode that reveals Homer's crayon removal and temporary intelligence boost, that the coma theory handles with particular elegance. When Homer has the crayon removed and his intelligence surges, One of the first things he does is write the exhaustive safety report about the nuclear plant, the one that's so thorough and well documented that it prompts federal attention. But he also begins to see Springfield with a clarity that extends beyond professional competence. He begins to notice the specific shape of his own suffering. He begins to understand, with a precision his impaired brain never managed, exactly what his life is and how it arrived at being what it is. The show describes Homer's experience of clarity as misery. He's too smart for his relationships to work the way they used to. He's too aware of the flaws and limitations of the world around him to find comfort in the comfortable. He becomes isolated, as intelligence without community always becomes isolated, and the isolation is specific. He can see the reality of Springfield, and the reality of Springfield is not something that Springfield will let you respond to in any meaningful way. So he chooses to put the crayon back. Under the coma theory, this moment carries an additional weight. If Homer is dreaming, then the brief period of intelligence is the dream generating a version of Homer that can see the dream clearly. The lucid moment inside the dream. The moment when the dreamer almost recognizes that they're dreaming and almost surfaces, and Homer's dreaming mind makes a choice. Push him back down. Keep the dream running. Don't let him see clearly enough to break through, because breaking through means waking up, and waking up means all the things we've already talked about, the time that's passed, the children grown up, the question of who's still sitting by the bed. The crayon goes back in, the fog returns, the dream continues, because Homer's dreaming mind is not ready to let it end. And as long as it's not ready, the dream will protect itself by whatever mechanism is available, including manufacturing a version of Homer who chooses not to know. End Section 3 Expansion. Expanded Section 4. Continuation. Insert after the case was never solved in Section 4. Let's stay with the physical evidence for a moment longer, because it repays careful attention. The gun. We've established that Burns's holster was empty before the shooting, that whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon rather than their own. This eliminates any suspect who arrived at the town meeting armed with their own firearm. The show establishes that multiple characters were carrying weapons to the meeting, which means multiple suspects can be narrowed out by this single piece of evidence. But who wasn't carrying a weapon? The answer to this question is harder than it appears, because the show is deliberately vague about exactly who was and wasn't armed at the meeting. We see some characters with visible weapons, but the full inventory of the meeting's armament is never provided. The ambiguity is structural. It's part of how the mystery was designed to function, keeping the field of potential suspects wide enough that no single piece of evidence fully eliminates anyone. What we do know is that Maggie was not carrying a weapon. Maggie is, at the time of the shooting, unable to carry much of anything. She's a baby, limited to whatever she can grasp with two small hands. Burns's gun, if it fell from his holster, would be within her physical range. She could pick it up. The gun is described as going off in the struggle over the lollipop, which would mean Maggie didn't so much shoot Burns as fumble the weapon until it discharged. This is a plausible mechanism. Babies do pick up objects. Objects that are guns do sometimes discharge when mishandled. The physics of the scenario are not impossible. But not impossible is not the same as most likely. And the question the mystery never adequately resolves is not whether Maggie could have done it, but whether Maggie is the most coherent explanation for all the available evidence taken together. Burns said, "Oh, it's you," not "oh, a baby," not an expression of surprise at seeing an unexpected creature. Recognition, familiarity, the specific vocal quality of a man who has encountered this person before in a different context and is processing the coincidence of encountering them again here. Does that sound like someone greeting a baby they've seen once or twice? Or does it sound like someone recognizing an adult they have a history with? There's another reading of the sundial scene that the contamination theory opens up, and it's genuinely strange. Burns has been exposed to radiation for over a century. His weekly treatments ensure that his body is continuously saturated with nuclear material managed at a precise dosage. His cognitive function, while superior to most Springfield residents in strategic and analytical terms, operates through biological hardware that has been altered by that century of exposure. What if Burns's perception is affected in ways the show has never explicitly acknowledged? What if the way Burns processes visual information, the way he interprets what he sees, is subtly different from how an uncontaminated person would interpret the same information? Under this reading, Burns falling on the sundial and registering the letters his hands land on might not be coincidence. It might be a mind that, even at the moment of crisis, even bleeding out from a gunshot wound, is still processing its environment with the kind of hyper-attentive precision that a century of strategic living has made automatic. Maybe Burns's hands landing on those letters wasn't random. Maybe Burns positioned himself, in the moment of falling, to point toward what he wanted the investigation to find. Not because he's lying about who shot him, but because, in that moment, he made a decision about what the truth was going to be. He chose the story. He arranged the scene. And then he told the world that the arrangement was coincidence. This reading doesn't tell us who actually shot Burns. What it tells us is that Burns is a man who manages reality, who has been managing the perception of reality in Springfield for a century, and that his claim to have landed on the sundial letters by accident should be evaluated in the same skeptical light as everything else he tells people about. The operations of his facility and the effects of his choices on the community around him. Burns managed the truth. He's been doing it for 140 years. The sundial is not evidence of who shot him. The sundial is evidence of who Burns wanted blamed. End Section 4 Expansion. Expanded Section 5 Continuation. Insert after, that's architecture. In Section 5, the relationship between Burns and Smithers has always been read primarily as a love story. Smithers' unrequited devotion to a man who exploits it, the specific dynamic of someone who has organized their entire emotional life around a relationship that can never be what they need it to be. This reading is correct and the show leans into it deliberately. But it's incomplete. Smithers' devotion to Burns is not merely emotional, it's functional. It's load-bearing in a way that the emotional reading doesn't fully capture. Without Smithers, Burns doesn't make his weekly appointments. Without the appointments, the disease equilibrium fails. The gridlock that has been holding Burns together for a century begins to break down, and whichever illness is strongest at that moment, whichever pathogen or degenerative condition has managed to achieve even a slight advantage over the others in the constant war of attrition that Burns's biology has become, begins to advance without opposition. Burns has contracted every disease known to medical science. Every single one, the doctor told us, is present in his body at all times. The Three Stooges are all in the doorway simultaneously, but Stooges are not static. They're dynamic. They push and jostle and shift position. The equilibrium that holds them all immobile is not a stable equilibrium, it's a managed one. It requires continuous calibration to maintain. And the person who manages the calibration is Smithers. This is why Smithers cannot quit. Not cannot. Emotionally, we've seen the emotional complexity of his relationship with Burns, seen the moments when he questions it, seen the occasions when he briefly establishes enough distance to consider other possibilities. He cannot quit practically, because quitting means Burns misses a treatment. Missing a treatment means the diseases surge. The diseases surging means Burns has days, not weeks. Smithers is keeping Burns alive through logistical competence, and he knows it, and Burns knows he knows it, and this shared knowledge is the true foundation of their relationship. The employment, the exploitation, the emotional dependency, these things exist within and around and because of the bedrock fact that Waylon Smithers Jr. is the only person in Springfield who knows enough and cares enough and has been doing it long enough to maintain the medical protocol that keeps Charles Montgomery Burns in the world. Burns doesn't need Smithers' love. He needs Smithers' calendar. The love is a fortunate byproduct. The question of what happens to Burns' empire after Burns dies is one the show has circled without ever landing on, and it's worth spending time with because the answer illuminates why Burns' survival matters beyond the individual. Burns has no apparent heir. He has no children, the show has never established any. His family is ancient, but his line is not visibly continuing. The Burns dynasty, which the show implies has persisted for centuries, currently consists of one elderly, radiation-dependent man in a crumbling mansion, kept alive by a weekly medical ritual and a devoted assistant who is himself not getting any younger. When Burns dies, whenever that is, however it happens, if it happens, what is there? The plant continues to exist as a physical structure. The violations continue to be the violations. The contamination continues to be the contamination. But the specific mechanism of Burns' control over Springfield, the combination of economic dependency, institutional corruption, medical management of his own survival, and the accumulated leverage of a century of strategic maneuvering dies with him. Unless it doesn't. Unless the system has become so thoroughly integrated into Springfield's infrastructure, so deeply embedded in the economy, the politics, the medicine, the social contract that it doesn't need Burns personally to continue operating. Unless Burns has spent a century building something that runs itself, that doesn't require his presence to sustain its function, that has colonized the community it exploits so completely that the community has internalized the logic of its own exploitation. Under this reading, Burns's immortality project isn't personal survival, it's institutional survival. He's keeping himself alive because he is currently the clearest embodiment of the system he built, and the system needs someone to embody it, but the system itself is the point. The system will survive Burns. The radiation will survive Burns. The contamination and the cognitive impairment and the economic dependency will survive Burns. Springfield will keep paying for the lights long after the man who installed them is gone, because the lights are on and the bills keep coming and nobody can afford the dark. End Section 5 Expansion. Expanded Section 6 Continuation. Insert after the most important one in Section 6. Consider the full list of things Springfield has collectively agreed not to investigate, not to remember, not to process into any lasting institutional response. The three-eyed fish was demonstrated on national television. A gubernatorial election was fought partly on the question of whether Blinky represented genuine environmental contamination. The issue was raised, addressed publicly, and then dropped. Nobody followed up. Nobody studied the fish population downstream of the plant over the subsequent years to see whether additional mutations had developed. Nobody tested the water supply. The dome happened. The federal government sealed an American city under a physical barrier to contain its environmental contamination, and then the dome was removed, and Springfield continued to function as though the event hadn't occurred, as though the federal government's judgment that the town was a contamination zone, requiring physical containment, was not a piece of information worth retaining. The skeletons in the plant's basement were discovered during an inspection and left unexamined. Human remains in an industrial facility constitute, in any normal legal and forensic context, a significant event requiring investigation into who the people were, how they died, and whether the circumstances of their deaths were the result of criminal action or negligence. In Springfield, it was noted and set aside. The Armin Tamzarian situation, the discovery that the man who had been running Springfield Elementary for 20 years was an imposter, was resolved by a community vote to maintain the fiction and legally prohibit the acknowledgement of the truth. The actual person whose identity had been stolen was removed from the community. Every one of these events, in a community with a functioning relationship to its own collective memory, would have generated sustained public attention. Investigations, demands for accountability, changes to the institutions responsible, the pressure that communities apply to the things that matter to them. Springfield generated none of this. Each event was processed, filed, and forgotten with an efficiency that suggests the forgetting isn't passive, isn't simply the natural fading of attention that all events eventually experience, but is active, managed. The social contract that the principal and the pauper made explicit has been operating invisibly all along. The episode's importance isn't that it revealed something new about Springfield. It's that it showed you the mechanism of something that had always been operating. The vote happened. You just couldn't see it before. Here's the aspect of the Tamzarian reveal that the show itself never quite developed, and that deserves more space than it received. If Armin Tamzarian was able to assume Seymour Skinner's identity completely to live that life, to be accepted by that life's most intimate relationships, to raise Skinner's mother, to run the school that Skinner would presumably have run then, what does this tell us about the legibility of individual identity in Springfield? Tamzarian became Skinner not through extraordinary disguise or sustained deception, but through the simple act of showing up and allowing others to see what they needed to see. Agnes Skinner needed her son to be alive and coming home. She looked at a stranger and saw her son because the alternative that her son was dead, that the stranger was just a stranger, was unbearable. The community accepted the stranger as Skinner because the community had a role called principal that needed filling, and this person was willing to fill it. Identity, in Springfield, is assignment rather than essence. You are what the community agrees to call you. The real Seymour Skinner is real because he has the documentation and the history and the actual lived experience of being Seymour Skinner. Armin Tamzarian is also real because Springfield says so, and Springfield saying so carries the weight of legal decree. Now extend this logic outward from the Tamzarian case. If identity is whatever Springfield agrees it is, subject to collective revision through formal vote, then what is any Springfield resident's identity? Homer Simpson is the safety inspector because Springfield treats him as the safety inspector, regardless of whether any reasonable evaluation of his competence would support that role. Mr. Burns is a legitimate businessman because Springfield's institutional framework recognizes him as one, regardless of what his actual practices constitute. The town is safe because the community has collectively decided it is safe, regardless of what the evidence suggests. Springfield doesn't just manage individual truths, it manages ontology. It decides, collectively and with institutional force, what kinds of things are real and what kinds of things are not. And the decision-making process, as the principal and the pauper showed us, is formal and legal and ruthlessly enforced. The truth is real only if Springfield votes for it. And Springfield, characteristically, votes for what it can live with, rather than what it can verify. End Section 6, Expansion. Expanded Section 7, Continuation. Insert after Nobody will see it coming in Section 7. Let's look at one more dimension of Maggie's silence that the show offers and the audience tends to walk past, the way her family communicates with her, and what those communications reveal about how the family actually understands her. Homer, when he interacts with Maggie, does something that fathers occasionally do with very young children. He narrates to her, explains things to her, speaks to her as though she's following along. This is developmentally appropriate behavior for a parent with a 1-year-old. Parents speak to babies because speech is how children learn language, and speaking to them as though they understand is part of the process through which they come to understand. But Homer's interactions with Maggie have an additional quality that's harder to categorize. On multiple occasions, the show depicts Homer attributing specific complex thoughts to Maggie, reading her reactions as responses to things he hasn't said aloud, interpreting her behavior as evidence of intelligence that he hasn't tested. He does this the way you do with someone whose intelligence you recognize but whose communication limitations prevent direct access to. Homer treats Maggie as though she understands him. Not in the baby talk, developmental support way. In the way you treat someone who is present with you, who is following the conversation, who has opinions about what's being said, and is registering those opinions in the only way available to her. And here's the strange thing. Homer is often right. When Homer attributes a thought to Maggie and acts on that attribution, Maggie's subsequent behavior tends to confirm the attribution. The show presents this as comedy Homer's baby, whispering as a comedic trait, one of his stranger quirks. But within the logic of a show that has consistently depicted Maggie as cognitively extraordinary, Homer's intuitive read of his youngest child as an intelligent, present, communicating entity is not quirk. It's accurate perception. Homer is, in this specific arena, the only member of the family who consistently treats Maggie the way Maggie actually is, rather than the way her surface presentation suggests she is. He doesn't know how extraordinary she is. He doesn't have the analytical framework to know that what he's perceiving is exceptional rather than normal, but he perceives it. In the coma reading, this is Homer's dreaming mind knowing more than Homer knows, generating a version of Maggie awareness that exceeds what waking Homer could manage, because the dream has access to Homer's deepest understanding of his children rather than just the surface understanding available to conscious attention. He knows Maggie the way you know people in dreams, with an intimacy that bypasses the limitations of ordinary access. In the waking Springfield reading, it's a father whose emotional intelligence exceeds his analytical intelligence, perceiving something true about his child that his capacity for articulation can't capture. He knows she's remarkable. He just doesn't know how or why. And in the absence of that knowledge, he reaches for her with the unguarded warmth that is Homer at his best. The baby watches him. The baby loves him. The baby keeps her silence. The Maggie of the potential future episodes, the Maggie who the show has occasionally glimpsed in flash-forward sequences, is worth a few minutes of attention, because those glimpses are the only places where the show has allowed her to approach speech or visible maturity. In various future set episodes, adult Maggie has been shown as a musician, as a mother, as a professional. She has been shown speaking, She has been shown as a complete person in a way that the ongoing show's timelessness prevents. And what's consistent across those glimpses is a kind of settled authority, an adult Maggie who moves through the world with the confidence of someone who has always known exactly what she was capable of and chose, very carefully, the right moment to demonstrate it. The silence wasn't a deficit she overcame, it was a preparation she completed. Every year that passed in Springfield, while Maggie said nothing, every disaster she helped resolve quietly, every danger she managed from the periphery, every observation she filed, and every skill she developed in the space that her family's inattention gave her was preparation for the moment the silence breaks. The show will never show us that moment. The floating timeline that keeps Bart at 10 and Lisa at 8 keeps Maggie at 1, and whatever Maggie becomes stays forever just out of frame, the edge of a possibility that the permanent present of Springfield can't allow to arrive. But the preparation is complete. It has been complete for 36 years. Maggie is ready for something that Springfield has never been ready to let her be. End Section 7 Expansion. Expanded Section 8 Continuation. Insert after Burns got everything he wanted in Section 8. Let's trace the specific damage across the 3 generations, because the show gives us enough to work with and the picture that emerges is more coherent than the show has ever stopped to articulate. Abraham Simpson, the man who told his son his mother was dead, the man who visited a poet's grave and stood there with his child and let the child grieve something that wasn't lost, who built an entire early chapter of Homer's psychology on a false foundation, knowing the foundation was false, maintaining the fiction for decades. Why? The Burns deal explains part of it. Abe discovered something compromising about Burns. The exact nature of what he discovered has been left deliberately vague by the show, which is frustrating from an analytical standpoint but probably realistic from a storytelling one, since the specifics matter less than the dynamic and use that information to secure Homer's employment. The deal was pragmatic. Burns would always have a place for Homer at the plant. Homer would never be let go, regardless of performance or competence, because Abe had enough on Burns to make such treatment costly. This is a reasonable calculation for a father to make about his son's future. It's also a profoundly compromised one. To secure the deal, Abe had to give Burns something in return. The something he gave was silence, his own ongoing silence about whatever he'd discovered, and implicitly the silence of the family that had been harmed by Burns. By making the deal, Abe chose protection for Homer over justice for Mona. He chose a guaranteed job over the possibility of holding Burns accountable. He chose the future he could secure over the future that justice might have made possible. And then he covered the whole thing with a false grave and a dead mother and an explanation that would take 30 years to unravel. Abe spent his life inside the consequences of this choice. He lives in a retirement home that Burns's actions destroyed. He tells stories that nobody listens to. He has the specific bewilderment of a man who made the pragmatic choice and found that pragmatic choices accumulate their own kind of debt, paid not in money but in the quality of the relationships that survive them. He knows what he did, he knows what it cost, and he lives with the knowledge that his son, the son whose future he secured, has spent his entire adult life working for the man who destroyed their family and has never understood why his life feels like it has a hole in it. That's Abe's tragedy. Not grand, not operatic, just the particular quiet devastation of a man who made a reasonable choice and spent the rest of his life in the rubble of its consequences. Mona's tragedy is different in shape. Mona's choice, the choice to stop and help Burns in the chaos of the lab raid, wasn't even a choice in the moral sense. She didn't decide to help him because she weighed the options and concluded that helping him was the right thing. She stopped because someone was down, and her instinct was to help people who were down. It was an impulse, not a decision, the most automatic expression of the values that had led her to the raid in the first place, a commitment to human welfare that extended even to the man whose weapons she'd just destroyed. Her values did her in. The same commitment to human welfare that led her to fight Burns's weapons lab was what made her stop to help him, and it was the stopping that cost her everything. If she had suppressed the instinct and made the pragmatic calculation that helping this man was not worth the risk, she would have made it out. She would have gone home. Homer would have grown up with his mother, but that's not who Mona was. And the tragedy of Mona Simpson is that the qualities that made her worth knowing were the qualities that made her vulnerable. She was punished for her virtues, not her vices. The fight against the weapons lab was right. Stopping to help a fallen person was right. Both were right, and together they destroyed her life. The show is capable, when it wants to be, of this kind of moral precision. Of showing you that righteousness and consequence don't align the way we'd prefer them to, that people are punished for the best things about them as readily as the worst, that the world's accounting doesn't follow the logic we were taught. Mona Simpson's story is the show at its most honest about this. She fought something worth fighting. She lost everything worth having. And the lesson is not that you shouldn't fight. The lesson is that fighting has costs, real ones, and the people who pay them aren't always the people who chose the fight. Homer was 6 years old. He didn't choose anything. End Section 8 Expansion. Expanded Section 9 Continuation. Insert after still impressive to watch in Section 9. There's one dimension of the predictions phenomenon that deserves its own examination. The way the show's specific predictions have aged differently from each other depending on how they were embedded in the narrative. The Trump prediction is the most viral, but it's also the most contextually embedded. In Bart to the Future, the Trump reference isn't a standalone joke, it's part of an extended satirical vision of a future America that includes multiple other predictions, most of which didn't come true. The show depicted a Trump presidency specifically as evidence of catastrophic national decision-making, as the thing that led to the financial ruin that President Lisa is inheriting. The show wasn't predicting Trump as an outcome, it was using Trump as a signifier for a particular kind of American failure mode, which means the prediction, such as it is, was less about Trump specifically and more about the general trajectory of American celebrity culture colliding with American political culture. The show observed that this collision was possible, even probable, and dramatized it as cautionary satire. When the collision actually happened, the satirical framing became indistinguishable from the prediction, in the way that the joke became indistinguishable from the reality. The Higgs boson equation is different in character. That one is genuinely strange, and the show's own writers have struggled to fully account for it. The episode involved a real mathematical consultant. The show has historically employed actual mathematicians and scientists as writers or consultants, a practice that reflects the educational background of the writing staff, and the equation that Homer derives contains something that a later review found to predict approximately the mass of the Higgs boson particle 14 years before experimental confirmation. The honest explanation involves the same math that the show was drawing on being used simultaneously by physicists working on particle mass calculations. The theoretical work that would eventually lead to the Higgs boson's experimental confirmation was already in motion in 1998 when the episode aired. The writers, working with a mathematical consultant who was embedded in that same theoretical tradition, incorporated elements of that work into the episode without knowing or knowing and not caring, to mention that the same mathematics was also pointing toward an as-yet unconfirmed particle. The prediction isn't prophecy, it's shared intellectual context. The same community of mathematical knowledge produced both the episode's throwaway joke and the particle physics research that would eventually confirm what the mathematics suggested. But try explaining that at a party when someone pulls up the episode on their phone. The Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra coincidence is, in the author's view, the most genuinely inexplicable one. Not because it's impossible unlikely things happen, but because the specificity of the combination makes the probability calculation so unfavorable. Cypress Hill is a hip-hop group. The London Symphony Orchestra is a classical music institution. The episode paired them as a joke about miscommunication and the chaos of festival booking, a deliberately absurd combination, chosen for maximum comic incongruity. The humor depends on the combination being obviously wrong, obviously the result of a mistake, obviously not something that would be deliberately arranged. 28 years later, it was deliberately arranged. Not as a joke, as a genuine artistic collaboration, presented seriously, performed at one of the most prestigious concert venues in London. The show made a joke about something being obviously too absurd to be real. Reality made it real. And then the joke became a prediction, 28 years after the punchline. Al Jean has noted that when this happened, even the show's own writing staff was surprised. Not because they believed in the prophecy mythology, but because the specificity of the coincidence exceeded what statistical probability suggested was comfortable. There's a version of We produce enough content that coincidences happen that doesn't quite cover this one, and Gene has been honest enough to acknowledge it. The dartboard theory is correct as a general framework, but some individual darts land in places that make you put the board down and look more carefully at the wall. End Section 9 expansion. Expanded Section 10, continuation. Insert after someone might start asking in Section 10. Springfield's internal geography, the geography within the town rather than the town's position within America, is itself a source of sustained, deliberate incoherence that rewards the same careful attention as the external location question. The Simpson house at 742 Evergreen Terrace is both a specific address and an impossible space. Its internal layout changes between episodes based on what the episode needs rather than on any consistent floor plan. The kitchen is sometimes visible from the living room, and sometimes not. The stairs lead to a different configuration of rooms depending on the season. Bart's treehouse is accessible from angles that shouldn't be possible given the yard's dimensions in other scenes. Homer has been shown to have a basement in episodes where the house doesn't have a basement. The garage has been used for purposes that require a space twice the size the house's footprint should allow. The backyard extends as far as any given plot needs it to. This internal spatial incoherence is usually categorized alongside the external geographic incoherence. It's all just cartoon logic, all just the production reality of animation, where the rule is use the space the story needs rather than the space established continuity would provide. But under the coma theory, Homer's house is subject to the same logic as Homer's world. A dreaming mind reconstructs familiar spaces from memory, and memory's reconstruction of familiar spaces is notorious for its inaccuracies. We remember our childhood homes as larger than they were, or smaller, or with rooms arranged differently than the photographs show. The emotional significance of a space reshapes its remembered dimensions. Homer's house in the dream is the house his memory holds, which is an emotionally accurate house, rather than a spatially accurate one. The kitchen is where he needs the kitchen to be, because that's where his memory places the warmth and noise of breakfast. The backyard extends as far as his memory of summer afternoons requires. The basement appears when the story needs a secret space, because basements are where secrets live in the architecture of emotional memory. The house isn't wrong. It's accurate to what Homer knows about the house rather than what the house measures. The specific episode in which Springfield's location is most directly engaged and most directly teased and withdrawn is the Season 8 episode You Only Move Twice, in which the Simpson family moves to a new town called Cypress Creek. The move to Cypress Creek is significant not for what it reveals about Cypress Creek, which is played as a parody of corporate utopia, a planned community of insidious perfection, but for what it reveals, by contrast, about Springfield. Homer takes a job offer from a company called Globex Corporation. The family relocates. And what happens next is that each family member discovers, in a different way, that their relationship to Springfield was more essential than they realized. Springfield, for all its problems, was the context in which each of them was legible. In Springfield, Homer is known by name, by reputation, by the specific social position he occupies. In Cypress Creek, he's nobody. A new employee in a company where everyone is distinguished and efficient and competent, and he is emphatically none of those things. The episode ends with the family returning to Springfield. But here's the thing. We never see the move home. We see the decision to return, and then in the next episode, the family is back on Evergreen Terrace, and the Cypress Creek chapter is over. The return, like most consequential moments in Springfield's history, happens off-screen, in the implied space between episodes. What this suggests, and the location mystery picks this up, is that Springfield can't be left. It can be abandoned in intention, in declared plan, in the formal ceremony of packing boxes and loading the car. But it reasserts itself. The family comes back because Springfield is where they are, in some essential sense that transcends physical location. Springfield isn't where the Simpsons live. Springfield is where the Simpsons are. And wherever they go, Springfield comes with them. In the same way that Homer's dreaming mind carries Springfield in itself, generates Springfield from itself, can't imagine a world without it because it's the only world the dream knows how to make. End Section 10 expansion. Expanded Section 11 continuation. Insert after. The second question dies unasked. Within Section 11 Molleman section. Molleman's specific form of suffering deserves more careful attention than it usually receives because the show is doing something structurally interesting with him that's easy to miss if you're treating him as a background gag rather than a character. He's the only recurring character in the show who dies in the main continuity, not in dream sequences, not in alternate timelines, not in the special Halloween episodes where the rules are suspended and returns without explanation. Every other character who dies in the main series either clearly survived, or the death was unambiguous but existed in a non-canonical context, or the show provides some diegetic explanation for their continuation. Molman just comes back, no explanation, no resurrection scene, no moment where another character acknowledges the death, expresses surprise at his return, or asks how he's doing given the being crushed by a boulder situation from 2 weeks ago. He's just there, again, ready for the next one. This is different from the show's treatment of its main character's survival. Homer's survival of catastrophic injury is played as a function of his extraordinary resilience. We understand that Homer exists at the edge of cartoon immortality because the show has established his damage tolerance across dozens of episodes, and the audience accepts this as a known property of Homer Simpson. His survival isn't mysterious, it's expected. Molman's survival is mysterious. He doesn't have established superhuman resilience. He appears, physically, to be exactly as fragile as someone his visible age would be. He survives things that his body should not be able to survive, and the show presents no framework for understanding how this is possible. Unless you accept the contamination theory, unless you accept that whatever the nuclear plant has done to the long-term residents of Springfield, it's done it differently to different people. And in Molman's case, the effect is the biological equivalent of a very strange and very persistent durability that operates below the level of visible health. He looks terrible. He functions catastrophically in any physical sense. But he keeps coming back, and the coming back is itself a kind of evidence the show's most extreme and unacknowledged example of what the contamination does to human biology when you live inside its influence long enough. Now, Ned. We've established that Ned's niceness is programmed the result of behavioral conditioning in childhood that suppressed the aggression and replaced it with a performance of grace that Ned has been maintaining ever since. We've established that this performance has cost him. The suppressed emotions don't disappear, they go underground, and the underground is where the hurricane episode finds them, compressed into decades of unexpressed anguish that finally erupts through the breaking point of the collapsed house. But let's look at what happens after the breakdown. Ned is hospitalized. He's treated, and at the end of that treatment, he comes back to Springfield, to the same street, to the same neighborhood, to the same adjacent house where Homer Simpson lives, the man whose selfishness killed his wife, the man who drives him to the edge of his programmed tolerance on a regular basis. He comes back and he stays. Why? The simplest answer is that Springfield is home, that wherever Ned's emotional life has taken him, wherever the suppressed aggression and the unprocessed grief have accumulated their weight, the house next to Homer's house is the physical context in which his life makes sense. He's embedded there. His children know the neighborhood. His business is there. His church is there. But there's a stranger answer, one that the contamination theory supports. Ned can't leave Springfield. Not physically, he's not trapped, but experientially, in the way that long-term radiation exposure to a specific place creates a specific physiological context that becomes, over time, what the body expects. What the body needs. Burns's body needs radiation to function. He's been away from Springfield for extended periods, but he maintains his treatment schedule regardless of location, which means the radiation he requires isn't specifically Springfield's radiation, it's radiation in the managed, calibrated form his medical protocol provides. But Ned's body, the body of a man who grew up in Springfield, who has never in 36 years of the show established any meaningful period of residence elsewhere, might have a different relationship to its environment, might have been shaped by decades of Springfield's specific atmospheric and water chemistry in ways that make leaving feel, at a biological level, like something the body resists. This is speculation, but it's internally consistent speculation, and it explains what no other framework quite explains. Why Ned, a man with enough self-awareness to recognize how toxic his proximity to Homer is, keeps choosing proximity to Homer. He's not choosing Homer. He's choosing the street. He's choosing Springfield. Because Springfield is the only place he knows how to be himself, even the programmed, suppressed performance version of himself that the conditioning created. The tragedy of Ned Flanders, when you look at it from this angle, has a particular quality that the show has never fully unpacked. He is the most morally admirable person in Springfield. By the show's own standards, by its own internal moral accounting, in the episodes where it takes morality seriously rather than subverting it for comedy, Ned is the character whose actions most consistently reflect genuine virtue. He helps people without calculating the return. He forgives injuries that most people wouldn't. He shows up when he's needed. He tries, and none of it matters. The show doesn't punish Ned because he's bad. The show doesn't punish Ned because virtue is a lie. The show punishes Ned because Springfield is not a place where virtue receives proportional reward. Springfield is a place where the rules are managed by Burns and enforced by collective agreement and maintained by the kind of neurological compromise that prevents anyone from seeing the system clearly enough to challenge it. In that kind of place, being good doesn't protect you. Being good just means you feel the suffering more clearly when it arrives. Homer is protected from the clarity of his own suffering by the crayon and the radiation and the specific fog that Springfield's environment has produced in his brain. He feels pain, but he doesn't understand it. He absorbs damage, but he doesn't trace it to its source. He lives inside his own life without ever quite being able to read it. Ned reads it. Ned sees it clearly. Ned understands, at some level, the shape of what has happened to him and what keeps happening to him. He just can't respond to that understanding with anger, because the anger was conditioned out of him 60 years ago, and the only vocabulary he has left for the weight of his own life is faith. Faith that God has a plan. Faith that the suffering means something. Faith that the silence where God's voice should be is itself a kind of communication that Ned hasn't yet learned to decode. God talks to Homer. Homer, who doesn't deserve it. Homer, who falls asleep in church and neglects his responsibilities and treats his neighbor's generosity as a baseline expectation. God is silent to Ned. Maybe that's not cruelty. Maybe that's the show telling you that God, in Springfield, is also subject to the same logic as everything else, that the divine responds to whoever is most likely to misinterpret or ignore the response, because that's the population that generates the best comedy. Or maybe it's something simpler and sadder. Maybe God is silent to Ned because Ned is already as good as he's going to get without divine intervention, and the attention that Homer needs the intervention required to keep Homer from falling into the void he doesn't know is, there is the kind of intervention that gets deployed where the need is greatest. Homer needs more. Ned needs nothing that God can provide. He just needs the silence to end. End section 11 expansion. Final section expansion. Insert. After the family got each other in section 8 final. Here's what the show is. When you strip away every theory and every framework and every analytical lens and come back to what was there from the beginning, what was there in those first rough episodes in 1989 when the animation was wobbly and the characters hadn't fully found themselves yet? It's a story about people who choose each other. Homer chooses Marge. He chooses her imperfectly, selfishly, with constant failures of attention and effort, but he chooses her over and over in every episode where the choice is available, and the choosing is the thing. Not the quality of the execution, the persistence of the intent. Marge chooses Homer. This choice is harder to understand from the outside because Marge is capable of so much more than the life she's living, and the show knows this. And occasionally, the show's knowledge of this surfaces in episodes where Marge glimpses the life she might have led and makes a deliberate decision to return to the one she has. She chooses Homer. She chooses the chaos. She chooses the house on Evergreen Terrace with the children who are always young, and the husband who always needs help, and the life that always requires more patience than it should. She chooses this because it's hers. Because the people in it are hers. Because the love inside it, messy and insufficient and persistently renewed, is worth the cost of the compromise. Bart, for all his rebellion, chooses the family. The specific dynamics of a boy who pushes every boundary and tests every limit and creates constant problems for the people trying to contain him, those dynamics exist within a context of profound attachment. Bart would do anything for his family. He has demonstrated this in episodes where the chips were down and the choice was real. The pranks and the mischief exist within a frame of loyalty that doesn't announce itself, because announcement would undermine the persona. Lisa chooses the family despite the loneliness it imposes. She is too intelligent for the environment she's in, too sophisticated for the community she's part of, too committed to the standards she holds for the family that can't consistently meet them. And she stays. She keeps having dinner at the table and watching television on the couch, and loving people who don't always deserve her love. Because the family is where she is, and where she is where she belongs, even when where she belongs isn't where she fits. And Maggie watches all of it. Maggie watches the imperfect choices and the sufficient love and the daily decision to remain with the people you've chosen, even when the choosing is hard, even when the system is rigged, even when the water is contaminated, and the principal is an imposter and God keeps talking to the wrong man. She watches and she waits. And whatever she's planning, whatever the silence is building toward, whatever the 36 years of observation have prepared her to do it, is being built on a foundation of love. The specific love of a family that has chosen each other against every reasonable indication that choosing someone else might be easier. Springfield is a flawed place with a broken system and a contaminated water supply and an institutional memory like a goldfish. The Simpsons are a flawed family with a broken man at their center and a history that reads like a conspiracy designed to keep them small. And they endure. They endure because that's what families do when the love is real, when the choosing is genuine. When the people at the kitchen table look at each other across the mess and the noise and the accumulated history of failures and still find something worth staying for. That's The Simpsons. That's always been The Simpsons. 36 years, 788 episodes. Every mystery and every theory and every buried storyline and every impossible recovery and every forgotten catastrophe. All of it is a love story. All of it has always been a love story. The yellow family on the blue couch, watching the television, alive inside their particular damaged, beautiful life, night after night, year after year, forever if we need them to be. Because we do. We still do. We always will. End final expansion. Additional content, extended section, the voice actors, and the characters they carry. This section can be inserted before the final summary section. There's a dimension of The Simpsons that the fan theories and the mystery analyses rarely address, possibly because it sits in the gap between the show as a fictional world and the show as a human production. But it's worth a few quiet minutes, particularly in the context of a meditation on time and change and the strange suspension that Springfield imposes on everything inside it. The voice actors. Dan Castellaneta has been Homer Simpson's voice since the character first appeared. Since the 1987 Tracy Ullman Show, shorts that preceded the main series. For nearly 40 years, the same man has been reaching into his chest and producing the sounds that constitute Homer: the laugh, the groan of complaint, the specific quality of tenderness that appears in Homer's voice when he speaks to his children or to Marge, the barely suppressed panic that runs underneath his confidence in any situation that actually requires confidence. Julie Kavner has been Marge for the same length of time. Nancy Cartwright has been Bart. Yeardley Smith has been Lisa. The voice cast of The Simpsons is one of the longest-running creative partnerships in the history of American entertainment, a group of people who have spent decades inside these characters and whose voices have become so thoroughly identified with those characters that imagining Springfield without them is genuinely difficult. And here's the quiet, strange thing about this. The voice actors have aged. They were young when the show began, some of them relatively new to their careers, and they are not young now. The years have moved through them the way years move through everyone, changing the texture and the timbre, the specific weight of the voice as the decades accumulate. You can hear it, if you listen carefully and comparatively, between a Season 2 episode and a Season 34 episode. The voices are older. The voices carry something now that they didn't carry then. But the characters are the same age. Homer is still 35 or so. Bart is still 10. The voices that carry these characters through time are aging while the characters themselves remain suspended, and there's something in this gap, something in the image of aging people, channeling the voices of people who don't age, that is its own kind of quiet meditation on time. Dan Castellaneta knows something Homer doesn't know. He knows what it feels like to be 35, and he knows what it feels like to be 60. He can hold both of those knowledges inside his performance of Homer, the later career awareness, deepening the early career certainty in ways that add texture to the character, even as the character remains officially unchanged. The voice actors are time machines in the specific way that actors always are. They carry time in their instruments. And when they channel characters who live outside time, there's a friction between the carrying and the channeling that produces something that neither element alone could create. Homer doesn't age, but the man who gives Homer his voice does. And somewhere in the space between those two facts is a version of the show that is doing something more interesting than it officially acknowledges, a version where the floating timeline is complicated by the lived time of the people producing it, where the permanent present of Springfield bumps up against the very real past and future of the human beings whose creativity sustains it. The Simpsons isn't made by robots or algorithms running eternal loops. It's made by people. People who were young once, who had careers that developed and grew and changed, who have families of their own, children who have aged in the real world while their professional children have stayed frozen, who have experienced losses and beginnings and the full accumulation of a human life, while Homer remains perpetually confused and perpetually employed and perpetually surprised by the same basic features of the universe. This doesn't undermine the theories or complicate the mysteries, but it's worth carrying alongside them, worth holding in one hand while the other hand holds the contamination and the coma and the conspiracy. The show is made by mortal people who are giving their voices to immortal characters, and the gap between those two conditions is full of its own specific kind of meaning. Additional content: The Simpsons and the American Dream. There's a framework for understanding The Simpsons that cuts across every theory and every mystery and roots all of them in something larger than any individual episode or storyline can contain. The show is, at its most essential level, a sustained and loving and ultimately despairing meditation on the American dream. The American dream, the specific, historically contingent belief that any person, regardless of origin, could, through effort and ability and a reasonable amount of luck, arrive at a life of comfort and dignity and forward progress, was the organizing promise of the society that the show's characters inhabit. Homer Simpson is exactly the person the American dream was designed for. He is working class, he is not highly educated, he has no family wealth, no legacy connections, no advantages that weren't earned through the daily showing up and doing the job that the American dream promised would be sufficient. He has a house, he has a car, he has a stable job that, however cognitively unsuited he is to it, he has managed to hold for 36 years. He has a wife who loves him and children who, despite everything, are shaped by his love as much as by his failures. He has beer in the refrigerator and a comfortable couch and a neighborhood he knows and belongs to. By the metrics of the American dream, Homer Simpson is a success story. And by any other metric, his life is a disaster that he's not capable of fully perceiving. His job is at a facility that is poisoning him and everyone around him. His employer has spent a century ensuring that Homer specifically will never accumulate the kind of cognitive resources that would allow him to understand his own situation. His family's history, the erasure of his mother, the silence of his father about what really happened, the conspiracy that begins with Burns and runs through every generation of the Simpson family is a history of damage that was done to people who didn't choose it and couldn't prevent it. The American dream gave Homer the house and the car and the steady paycheck. It didn't tell him that the paycheck came from the man who destroyed his family. It didn't tell him that the house sits in a contamination zone. It didn't tell him that the steady employment was secured not through his own merit but through his father's compromise with his mother's persecutor. The dream delivered the form while withholding the substance. Homer has the iconography of a successful American life wrapped around a core that is rotten in the specific way that slow-acting institutional damage rots things from the inside, invisibly, until the structure looks fine and is not fine at all. This is what makes The Simpsons a serious work of art in the guise of a comedy. Not the jokes are wonderful, but jokes alone don't make something serious. What makes it serious is the sustained, honest, sometimes devastating examination of the gap between what the dream promises and what the people inside the dream actually receive. Homer reaches for the dream. He achieves it by the dream's own standards, and the dream, having granted him all its external markers, leaves him cognitively impaired in a contaminated town, employed by the man who took his mother, unable to trace the outlines of the system that has arranged his life for him without his knowledge or consent. The dream is real. The dream is also a distraction. It keeps Homer looking at the house and the car and the beer while Burns looks at the plant and the contamination and the 100-year balance sheet of everything it cost and everything it yielded. The Simpsons has been telling this story since the first episode. Not loudly, not didactically, not in the way of a show with a message it needs you to receive. Quietly, through accumulation, through the slow building of a portrait that reveals itself fully only when you step back far enough to see the whole thing. The portrait is of a family that is the dream and is betrayed by the dream, and loves each other inside the betrayal because the love is the only thing that the system can't take from them no matter how hard it tries. And it has tried. 36 seasons, 788 episodes, the love is still there. Additional content, the show that knew too much about itself. One of the stranger qualities of The Simpsons, stranger than any individual theory, stranger than any individual mystery, is the degree to which the show is aware of itself as a show. This is a show that has regularly broken the fourth wall, that has made jokes about its own production, that has had characters acknowledge the existence of the viewing audience, that has built entire episodes around the meta-conceit of being a television program that knows it is a television program. It is, in the vocabulary of media analysis, deeply self-referential, a text that cannot fully be understood without reference to its own nature as a text. The coma theory benefits from this. If the show exists inside Homer's dream, then the show's self-awareness is Homer's dreaming mind's self-awareness. The moment when the dream begins to sense its own dreamness without quite achieving the lucidity that would end it. The couch gags, which have become increasingly abstract and surreal over the years, function in this reading as the dream's equivalent of those almost waking moments when you become briefly conscious of being asleep, when the logic of the dream frays at the edges and reveals the mechanism underneath. The breaking of the fourth wall is the dream testing its own walls. The meta-jokes about the show being a show are the dreaming mind acknowledging, briefly and safely, that what it's generating is not quite real. The increasingly elaborate and self-referential couch gags, which in the later seasons have become almost entirely disconnected from any narrative function, pure formal experimentation for its own sake, are the dream losing its grip on the need to maintain consistent internal logic. The couch gag used to be a punchline. It became an occasion for formalism. It became a dream within a dream, an acknowledgement that the fiction is fiction wrapped in the form of the fiction itself. Homer's dreaming mind knows at some level that it is dreaming. It just can't wake up. Or won't. The show has also demonstrated in episodes that engage seriously with the question of what The Simpsons is and means, a kind of ambivalence about its own longevity that is different from anything you'd expect from a purely commercial enterprise. There are episodes in the later seasons that seem almost to be inviting the ending, that lean into the possibility of change, of age, of the family moving on, in ways that suggest the creative team feels the weight of the suspension and wonders what it would mean to let it lift. These episodes tend to create genuine emotional resonance before pulling back, before returning to the status quo, before the permanent present reasserts itself. They feel like sighs, like the show taking a breath and thinking about something it cannot quite say aloud, something about time and about the cost of continuing, something about what it would mean to let Bart grow up and find out who he becomes and what he does, with the specific combination of creativity and recklessness that makes him who he is. The show knows it's holding them in place. It knows what it's costing, and every season it has chosen again to pay that cost rather than accept the alternative. Because the alternative, The Simpsons aging, the children growing up, the house on Evergreen Terrace becoming the memory of a house, is the kind of ending that doesn't allow for a next episode. It's the kind of ending that goes somewhere the audience would have to follow, into time and loss, and the specific grief of watching the familiar become the past. Springfield protects us from that. The permanent present holds. And we can be grateful for it, or we can be sad about it, or, and this is probably the truest thing, we can be both at once, sitting in the particular feeling that The Simpsons has always been capable of producing at its best, the feeling that something is funny and sad and real and not real and over and never over all at the same time. That feeling is Springfield. That's where we live when we watch. And it's a good place to be, on a quiet evening, with the lights low and the blanket pulled up and the long, slow drift of a familiar voice telling you familiar stories until the boundary between listening and sleeping becomes negotiable and the dream takes over. Whatever the dream gives you tonight, whatever Springfield your mind decides to visit while your body rests, I hope it's warm. I hope there's someone in it that you've been missing. I hope you get to stay for a while. Good night.